Respected audience, may I please have your attention? Respected audience, I humbly request you to settle down. We are expecting to start our seminar very, very shortly. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Respected Chair of the session, respected Director General of BISS, distinguished panelists, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning. On behalf of the Bangladesh Institute of International and Strategic Studies, BIISS, I, Research Fellow Aisha Binte Tawhid, welcome you all to today's regional seminar on Labor Migrants from South Asia, Issues and Concerns. This seminar is being jointly organized by the Bangladesh Institute of International and Strategic Studies, BIISS, the Consortium of South Asian Think Tanks, COSAT, and Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, KAS. Dr. Moshiur Rahman, Economic Affairs Advisor to the Honorable Prime Minister, Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh, is the chief guest of today's seminar. However, due to an unavoidable circumstance, he is not here with us today, but we are expecting him to reach the venue very, very shortly. Respected audience, today's opening session will begin with the welcome addresses by Major General Muhammad Abu Bakr Siddiq Khan, Director General of BIISS, and Dr. Nishchal Pandey, Convener of COSAT. Following this, the Honorable Chief Guest of today's seminar, Dr. Moshiur Rahman, will deliver his valuable address. This will be followed by a vote of thanks from Mr. Andreas Klein, Director, Regional Program, Political Dialogue Asia at KAS. Distinguished audience, today's inaugural session will be chaired by Ambassador AFM Gausul Azam Sarkar, Chairman BIISS. I now request the session chair to kindly commence the seminar. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. We begin with recognizing the soon-to-be present chief guest, His Excellency Dr. Moshiur Rahman, Economic Affairs Advisor to an Honorable Prime Minister, Government of Bangladesh. Distinguished special guest from the Ministry of Expatriate Welfare and Overseas Employment, Dr. Nishchal Pandey, Convener COSAT, Mr. Andreas Klein, Director Regional Program, Political Dialogue Asia, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, Major General Muhammad Abu Bakr Siddiq Khan, Director General BIISS, distinguished guests and participants, Excellencies, media friends, ladies and gentlemen. We have got from the master of the ceremony today and the order of the program. There will be 3 sessions. The first is the opening session, and in which we will have the welcome speech, 2 welcome speeches, and the address of the Honorable Chief Guest. And there will be 2 working sessions. And in the closing, there will be remarks by the special guest. So without making any further ado, I'd like to request Director General BIISS, Major General MD Abu Bakr Siddiq Khan to make his welcome address.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Respected Chairman, Bangladesh Institute of International and Strategic Studies, Ambassador AFM Gausul Azam Sarkar, learned audience, distinguished guests, media representatives, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and very good morning to you all. On behalf of Bangladesh Institute of International and Strategic Studies, I welcome you all to this regional conference on labor migrants from South Asia, issues and concerns. Unfortunately, our chief guest is not available at the moment, and we expect him to be here very shortly. Before I start, I would like to pay my solemn reverence the father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the main architect of our independence. I would also like to pay my tribute to all the martyrs and the freedom fighters who made their supreme sacrifices for the independence of our country. Ladies and gentlemen, the issues of labor migration from South Asia is not merely a statistical figure or trend. It indicates the hope, dreams, and struggles of millions of individuals who seek livelihoods far away from their homes. South Asia, a region known for its rich cultural diversity and vibrancy, is also a region where millions are compelled to leave their homes in search of better opportunities due to difficulty or of socio-economical factors. As we gather here, it is imperative to acknowledge the significant contributions made by our labor migrants from South Asia to the global economy. Their hard work, resilience, and unwavering determination have propelled industries, filled critical gaps in labor markets, and sustained economics around the world. However, amidst this contribution lie a multitude of challenges and injustices that cannot be overlooked. Dear audience, one of the primary concerns facing labor migrants from South Asia is the issue of exploitation and abuse. Migrants are vulnerable to exploitation by unscrupulous employers who take advantage of their desperation and lack of legal protection. Moreover, the plight of migrants workers is worsened by systematic issues such as restrictive immigration policies, lack of legal safeguards, and inadequate access to justice. Many find themselves in precarious legal situations, unable to assert their rights or seek recourse for injustices they face. This creates a cycle of vulnerability and exploitation. Another pressing concern is the impact of labor migration on families and communities left behind. While migrant workers strive to provide for their loved ones, they often face emotional distress and separation from their families for extended periods. Labor migration from South Asia is intricately linked to broader issues such as poverty, inequality, and lack of opportunities. This not only affects their mental well-being, but also disrupts the social fabric of their communities, leaving behind a generation of children deprived of parental care and guidance. Dear participants, in light of these challenges, we must take collective action to address the issues and concerns faced by the labor migrants from South Asia. This requires a multifaceted approach that encompasses policy reform, legal empowerment, social protection, and cross-border cooperation. We must work together to uphold the rights and dignity of the migrant workers, ensure their access to justice and social services, and create an enabling environment for safe and dignified migration. Ladies and gentlemen, as we embark on this journey, let us remember that the issue of labor migration is not just a matter of economics or politics. It is a matter of humanity. It is about recognizing the inherent dignity and worth of every individual, regardless of their nationality and social status. It is about building a world where every person can live and work with dignity, equality, and respect. Distinguished guests, in conclusion, let us reaffirm our commitment to standing in solidarity with labor migrants from South Asia and all migrant workers around the world. Let us advocate for their rights, amplify their voices, and work towards a future where migration is a choice, not a necessity. Together, we can create a world where every individual can realize their full potential and contribute to the common good. Finally, I again express my gratitude to the distinguished panelists, media representatives, and the learned audience for encouraging us with your kind participation. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Joy Bangla.
Thank you, Director General, for your welcome address and for setting the tone of the seminar. I'd like to request now Dr. Nishchal N. Pandey to take the floor. He is convener COSAT based in Nepal to make his welcome address too.
Thank you, Chair, Ambassador AFM Gosal Azam Sarkar, Chairman of BIISS, Major General Mahmood Abu Bakar Siddiq Khan, Director General of BIISS, my friend Mr. Andreas Klein, Director of the Political Dialogue Asia, the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, Singapore office, COSAT member think tank, heads and representatives. On this, an Honorable MP, Member of Parliament from Nepal, representatives of various embassies here in Bangladesh, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to firstly thank BIISS, a premier think tank of Bangladesh, for partnering with us, the consortium of South Asian think tanks, for this regional conference on labor migrants from South Asia issues and concerns. I think it is a timely event, as heads and representatives of some of the major think tanks of South Asia are assembled here to talk about South Asian migrant labor, which has been critical to our economies. Bangladesh, India, Nepal, Sri Lanka have substantial youth population working abroad, living abroad, and sending remittances back home, which, as we realized during COVID, was very important to sustain our economies. They are also bringing new skills, technical know-how, which will also help our countries in the long run. But nowadays, we are also seeing the other side of migration: shortage of labor in our own countries, family problems, health problems of our workers, and the need to better coordinate and collaborate among ourselves during crisis times in the Middle East and elsewhere. COSAT has remained a unique forum. It has brought together think tanks, academics, researchers, policymakers, independent thinkers, members of non-governmental organizations, and media persons for debates and discussions on regional issues, politics, fake news, disinformation, the environment, and numerous other disciplines. From the past 16 years, we have remained committed to promoting regional cooperation in South Asia. Another component of South Asian migration that receives less attention is mobility inside the region. There is an estimated 10 million migrants within South Asia, Asian region itself, who hails from within the region. Better connectivity, better infrastructure will enable them to travel more freely for work in the future. Almost 3 years into the pandemic, we are already seeing much of the ramifications today, as the pandemic has exposed the vulnerabilities that South Asian migrants already faced. We already heard from the DG BIISS, and also many organizations and NGOs working with governments across South Asia on policies to reduce the vulnerability of migrants, especially women and girls, in both source and destination countries. In source countries, they include policies that link migration with human security, local economic development, and social protection. Better coordination among South Asian countries on migrant labor is a need of the hour. We are not competitors, we are friends in need. Another aspect of importance is the increasingly erratic rainfall, prolonged drought, as well as shifting youth aspirations away from farming, which is driving young men to migrate to cities in the urban areas. This is again contributing to mass migration outside for work. We have a very good panel of experts today. I'm sure a lot of new insights will emerge out of today's proceedings. I'd like to thank from the bottom of my heart the entire BIISS team that made this event possible. I'm also thankful to Mr. Andreas Klein and Ms. Megha Sharma and the entire Konrad Adenauer Stiftung for its unflinching support to COSAT all these years, which has enabled us to hold regional events in various South Asian countries and also take COSAC delegations to Europe. And Honorable Chairman, I was almost about to conclude my speech. Thank you very much on behalf of COSAT for attending this event this morning. I was just mentioning about the network. The Consortium of South Asian Think Tanks is a network of think tanks of South Asia, prominent think tanks of South Asia, and we have today some of the best minds of the region, some of the best think tanks of the region. And this network also brings out publications. Some of our publications are also in university curriculum. Some of our publications are also going to be in not only in strategic studies and political science and international relations, but also in environment studies. So let me, to conclude, also express my gratitude to BIIS Chairman for expert steering of this conference, and also to all of you, a lot of distinguished guests, familiar faces who have assembled here this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you indeed, Dr. Pandey, for giving your perspectives, because this is migration and migration from South Asia. It's a subject and also a phenomenon that has a lot of issues and a lot of different perspectives. So you have enlightened us with yours. Thank you indeed. So now I would like to request Mr. Andreas Klein, Director Regional Program Political Dialogue Asia, KAS Singapore, to take the floor and speak.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everybody. Distinguished Major General, distinguished Dr. Pandey, distinguished Dr. Mashur Rahman. Major General, I couldn't underline and stress out more what you were already saying in your welcoming remarks. Migrant workers, labor migrants, not only from South Asia, but around the globe, are exceptional people. Most of them, if not all of them, taking a big risk, leaving their home countries, going to faraway countries, in many cases different to their home culture, leaving their families behind, their children behind, in order to take the opportunity to work in other countries, contributing to foreign economies, but also to their own economies as well in sending back money, for example, gaining experience, and in best case, bringing those experience back to their home countries. And one of those countries which have benefited the most over the past decades from those labor migrants was certainly Germany, when the German government invited in the 50s migrant workers from South Europe, from Turkey, from many, many countries in order to build Germany after the devastating destruction of Germany during World War II. And today, what we see in Germany is a result of this contribution of Germans, of course, but to big part also from migrant workers. And we, unfortunately, in Germany and Europe, tend to forget something very often, this big contribution and the benefits we experienced from labor migrants over the past decades. Today, in a situation where we are facing the demographic change in our Western societies, we are even more depending on migrant workers from all over the world, again, to benefit to our societies and in a way also to guarantee our well-being of today and in the future. Today, our government is traveling around the globe, not at least to this part of the world as well, to Nepal, to the Philippines, to Thailand, to India, and to promote Germany, not only as a place of investment, but a place to study, a place to work. And but on the opposite, many of your the people we try to attract coming to Germany see the pictures from Germany, increasing racism, difficulties in order to settle down in Germany, in Europe. You see populism, right-wing populism in Europe, which makes it very difficult for us who are welcoming foreigners and migrant workers to our societies, to promote investments and job seekers to come to our countries. So I'm very much looking forward to the working sessions of today. I'm very interested in how you, the expert from this region, see the challenges, but also the opportunities of migrant workers in this region. And of course, I am very open to learn also from your contributions, which I certainly like to communicate also to our counterparts in Germany and Europe in order to make things better and also to promote a better image of our societies to this part of the world. I thank you very much for inviting me. I thank you very much for your hospitality, which we experienced from the first minute we landed in Dakar last night until today, and I'm very much looking forward to my first visit also to Bangladesh. Thank you very much.
Thank you indeed, Mr. Andreas Klein, for your perspective, and for you have rightly given a background of how the guest workers in the post-war Germany did the reconstruction work and contributed. And it was just one of the phases of migrant workers working in developed or major economies. And the migration has been a continuous phenomenon over the centuries and at different phases of different kinds of needs and historic situations. Thank you indeed. I now take the floor to make my remark. Distinguished audience, ladies and gentlemen, the remarkable economic growth of Middle Eastern and Southeast Asian nations since the 1970s brought in a new era of opportunities for diverse types of workers from South Asia. Probably in the recent historic times, marking the third stage of phase of migration. In the 1980s, migration from South Asia to GCC countries grew even further. And except some return movements during the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait and the 1990-91 Gulf War, they have remained the main destination of migrant workers from here ever since. Besides the Middle East, another favorite destination for South Asian migrant workers in Southeast Asia. Most workers go to Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, and Singapore in this region. Malaysia and Singapore draw large numbers of such workers owing to their relatively stable political situations, well-performing multi-sector economies. Ladies and gentlemen, in recent times, the outlook seems to be complicating. For example, there has been worldwide rise of xenophobia, racism, nativist narratives, and geo-economic fragmentation. Another gravely disturbing phenomenon regarding labor migration comes from illegal migrants. These include both workers and non-workers alike. Amid global recession and socio-political instability, people from LDCs are becoming desperate for escaping poverty and resort to all means for that end. Migrant workers face a plethora of troubles in their home and host countries. There are middlemen at every level of this vicious cycle who are actually human traffickers. They not only deceive these helpless, but also push them deeper into poverty by taking huge sums of money on various pleas, for which prospective migrants sell or mortgage their properties or borrow money at exorbitantly high rates of interest from moneylenders or banks. In host nation, they are frequently subjected to exploitation by their employers, and yet illegal status creates additional obstacles for them in these regards at every stage. Distinguished guests, notwithstanding the unfortunate realities discussed so far, there have been some positive developments in some of the destination countries and regions, which can provide new opportunities for South Asian migrant workers. For example, Saudi Arabia of late announced of reforming the kafala system, which may allow workers some degree of liberty to change employers without requiring permission. That will also help reduce instances of abuse. The European Union's implementation of the Directive on Transparent and Predictable Working Conditions is another positive step for ensuring workers' rights, regardless of their nationalities or place of origin. Hopefully, others will come up with similar initiatives too that will safeguard workers' welfare in their territories and aid in curtailing illegal immigration, which has emerged as a pressing concern both for sending and receiving nations. For besides being an economic one, it contains human dimensions. In this respect, the implementation of the Global Compact on Migration may ensure the rights of the migrants. I think South Asian countries can come forward to enforce this compact, and a common voice for the rights of migrant workers may benefit all the countries. Moreover, the South Asian countries can cooperate to support each other in training human resources in accordance with the necessities of the destination countries, and it will help all the nations of the region to ensure their fair share in the international level. Learned audience, with a view to encouraging in-depth and meaningful discussions on these vital matters, BIISS arranged the regional conference today in collaboration with the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, Singapore, and Consortium on South Asian Think Tanks, COSAT. It also aims to raise greater public awareness about one of the pillars of economy of many countries, not only of those in South Asia, but also outside. Promote exchange of ideas, help formulate effective and pragmatic policies on related subjects, especially as the whole world is facing momentous changes. Economic migration, skilling up, and resultant remittance and economic growth and development for Bangladesh are critically important in realizing the dream of the father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman's Golden Bengal, and the Honorable Prime Minister's policy priority has consistently been to the teeming millions of Bangladeshi youth and their energy in all sectors of life. Our government is in relentless efforts to turn them into human resources to contribute meaningfully to the domestic and global economies, and is keen for working constructively with countries of the region and destination countries, as well as development partners, for safe, orderly, need-based, and mutually beneficial economic migration. His Excellency Dr. Moshiur Rahman, our chief guest today, would be sharing his wise thoughts on the topic with us and enrich our understanding. Address by General Khan, the DG of BIISS, Dr. Nishchal Pandey, and Mr. Andreas Klein also provided us with useful insights. In the upcoming two sessions, there will be more discussions by relevant experts and eminent persons coming from the region and from our different sectors who are present here. There will be more discussions also by panelists, which will further broaden our horizon of knowledge on these issues and finding out ways of international cooperation for better migration. Thank you all. Joy Bangla, Joy Bangabandhu. May Bangladesh leap forward.
Distinguished audience, as we come towards the end of the inaugural session, I invite our honorable chief guest and our respected panelists to please join us for a group photograph organized in our lawn. Meanwhile, for the rest of our distinguished participants, we have light refreshments served in our two lobbies. I request our participants to please join us for refreshment and then reassemble at this auditorium at 10:55 a.m. sharp for our two working sessions. Thank you. Honorable respected session chair, distinguished panelists, and respected audience. Assalamu alaikum and a good day. I welcome you all to the first working session of today's seminar. The title of this session is Labor Migrants from South Asia, Contemporary Challenges. This session will be moderated by Dr. Tasneem Siddiqui, Professor and Chairperson, Department of Political Science, University of Dhaka. 5 distinguished panelists will share their expert opinions in this session. This will be followed by an open discussion where our seminar participants can share their comments and queries. Finally, the Honorable Chief Guest of today's seminar, Dr. Moshir Rahman Sir, will deliver his valuable address. May I now kindly request the chair to commence the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A warm welcome from our panel in today's very, what should I say, important seminar where labor migrants from South Asia, issues and concerns. And this is the first working session, and we are honored that our chief guest of the first session have come to our session to listen to all these South Asian presenters, and at the end, he will sum up certain things, certain issues from here, certain challenges from this, what our speakers would identify. I would like to start by saying a few words. First of all, I usually say in Bangla that Obhibashir ghamer taka সচল রাখে দেশের চাকা. What it means that it is the sweat-earned money of the migrant that keeps many of the South Asian economies going. Yes, you may think, when you think about India, only 3% of equivalent to GDP is from migration. But then India is a huge country. Think of Kerala, then you will see 35% of the total GDP is equivalent to the remittances that they get. So, and all other countries, like Nepal particularly, like more than 20% of the GDP is derived from this sector. Of course, labor migration, I would say, it is the third sector of all these economies. However, we hardly give that type of importance when we think about manufacturing, service sector, and then equivalent importance should be given to this sector as well. But we could, of course, from the 1990s in South Asian context, there are a lot of movements who are trying to, develop this, strengthen this sector. Governments are doing a lot, but even then, it's not enough. That is why this session is about challenges that migrant workers face. And these challenges are new challenges, continuously changing. In a complex migration scenario, problems are also complex. Geopolitics, social, and all kinds of issues interact and produce a certain kind of migration from South Asia. And that certain kind of migration at the end makes the migrant the most neglected, vulnerable workforce. And in 1930s, when ILO first said that most vulnerable workforce is the migrants, that didn't change at all. Of course, now we also bring in internal migration issue, but today we will be discussing mostly international migration and challenges that in the governance, as well as challenges in destination, challenges in origin countries, transit, as well as challenges faced by the migrant workers, their left behind families, the social cost that the families incur. All these are part of challenges that South Asian countries have to actually tackle. So I would like to start our session with a presentation from Mohammad Shariful Hassan, Program Head BRAC, Migration Program. So he is not only, you can go and start. He is not only a program head, but he is a journalist who have been covering migration issue from last 20, 30 years. So he is a repository of knowledge on migration from Bangladesh.
Thank you, Justin, madam, and thank you everyone, especially Bees for organizing such an wonderful, where I can see most of the people, and we have also learned migration from Tasneem, madam. So whenever some foreigners or if anybody come to me to understand Bangladesh, I simply say 3 letters. I say Bangladesh is a country of EFG. So that's my own theory. EFG, E means expected workers, F means farmers, and G means garments worker. As a journalist, I have saw this country is run for these farmers. Wherever you see the problem, we have rice, we have production, the garment workers and the migrant workers. But the problem is that all these 3 sectors of people, none of them exist for us. We really don't give them proper dignity. So however, so I think that if you can really recognize these EFG people, that will also helpful for us. So whenever we will discuss in next 1 hour, 150 people will already leave Bangladesh. That means from every hour, 150 people are migrating from Bangladesh as an labor migrants. So after 3 hours discussion or 4 hour discussion, you will find that more than thousands of people have already left today. And it is difficult to find a single people in Bangladesh, even in this room, that whose relatives, either your cousins or anyone, is not in abroad. So just think yourself, every one of us, some of our family members are in abroad, because 11 million Bangladeshis are abroad. So everybody is somehow connected of us. And that's why when we talk about migrants, it means that we talk about our relatives. So see the last year numbers, it was a record. See that's how many people have migrated this country. After last 52 years, this was more than 1 million was our record. And if you see from 1976, our government has keeping this data of our migrants numbers and remittance, how the number is increasing. So now Bangladesh can fight against anyone, even World Bank, or we can think about our Podda Bridge because of our remittance. 24 billion of remittance our migrants are sending. 24, what is the amount? The whole world, the loan they give us, 8 to 10 times of higher our remittances. That's why this migration and remittance is so important for us. So I have already said that Bangladesh is now a country of 12 million migrants, and it is the 6th largest countries, and in terms of remittance, it is 7th. And most of the migrants, they go to GCC countries, Gulf countries, mostly the Saudi Arab, that is the highest one. Then the UAE, then Qatar, Bahrain, these are the countries, and except the GCC countries, you will find Malaysia and Singapore. Sometimes you may hear from government that we are sending migrants to 170 countries, but the reality is that our migrants are only, they're living in 7 to 8 countries, and most of our migrants are there. And this is important for South Asia because you will find India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, all of these countries are in top of both in migration and both in remittance. So I will not go details for India and Pakistan because the Nepalese colleagues are here. So I will try to say the problems in Bangladesh because the other problems are almost same. So how the life is abroad? As I am a journalist, I will show you some photos that every hours the migrants are living. If you any times go to airport or all the airlines, you'll see that Bangladeshi migrants are going. They're working even it is 54 degrees centigrade, they are working. See, this is most of the photos are taken by me. I couldn't take this photo due to temperature. I was in a car, inside the car and tried to taking the photo from this Dubai, almost 52 degrees centigrade. And when they heard that as a Bangladeshi journalist, they were happily saying, these are the Bangladeshi taxi driver in Qatar, they are doing good. This is a Malaysian factory. See, this is a vegetable and days. This is the fish market. You can think of it Karan Bazaar, but not such a Karan Bazaar is from Qatar. So see this, if you see the background, it's the Middle East restaurant, but Bhuna Khichuri. In Bangla, you will find this. But see the condition when they live. In one rooms, 10 to 15, 20, 30 people. And in hot temperature, it's really difficult for them to get water for their day-to-day life. See the rooms. It is comparatively better. And even though there is a lots of crisis, it comes, festival comes, and they smiles. But what are the problems they face in abroad? Mostly loneliness, because they left everyone, their family members and everyone in country, they feel lonely, anxiety, fear of losing, always that I have married, I can lose my wife, I can lose my land, always they face this. They don't know that what's going to be the family members. Sometimes I say that 10 million migrants are there, the remittance reserve is there. But if you do a research that how many of their children is becoming doctor or engineers, probably the numbers are very few. Because in a country like Bangladesh, when the father is abroad, probably nobody cares them. So the social cost of migration, another dimension. So I think we have to think of this. And financial way, though they don't, government has many initiatives, but you will not find that the migrants can invest in any special economic zone or other. So mostly in Bangladesh Bank research, you'll find that they are buying lands because they don't have productive use. They don't know how to use the remittance. So that's why mostly they buy land and always they're in fear that the language barrier, when you go to the Middle East, they don't know Arabic or not English. So that's another problem, poor living condition. And what's happened them? See, this is one of my reports. The dead bodies are coming regularly. As they live in one room, 10 to 15 members. So everybody is saying about Qatar World Cup, that 200 or 6,000 people died, 200 of them are died. Then I wrote this report in Daily Star, 45,000 dead body last 15 years has come. So every day, if you go to airport, you see these pictures. You can go to the many airports, see everybody is leaving, but these are the another pictures in cargo gate. Every day from Bangladeshis, Nepalese, Indians, these dead bodies are coming every day. This is another pictures of migration. And only from Saudi, 13,000 dead body has come. None of us. So every day is some commentary, 8 to 10 dead bodies are coming. And another issue is that those are going to middle income countries, every day you'll find news that Bangladesh died in Mediterranean Sea. And I also sometimes think that wherever we are going to middle income countries, why are people so adamant to leave this country and even crossing Mediterranean Sea? And you see the other countries in top list of Bangladesh, that is Tunisia, Eritrea, Sudan, that means the countries who are facing war, they are doing this. But why Bangladeshi people are leaving countries in such a desperate way? We really need to investigate this. And we have done a research, we have found 18 routes where Bangladeshis are living in such a way. If you find that the education, another problem is asylum seeking. Many of our people, they are going abroad and they are saying that I am facing problem. But the problem is not in political or others, but they are seeking asylum. In that countries, Bangladesh is also one of the top countries. So I think that's why we really think about that. Why migration, of course, is a good thing. Of course, the positive thing. But why are people so desperate to leave this country? If you ask any of the youth, the most people from Buet and Dhaka University, they want to go for PhD. The successful people you see us working in BAT or Grameenphone, they are going to Canada, Australia, and the labor people, they are going to Saudi and other countries. And why everyone to leave this Bangladesh? I think we really need to invest. And if you see that age, mostly this 30 to 35 age they are living, and sometimes the money they spend it, and a huge amount of money they spend of it. And even the numbers of female migration, that is also increasing. Sometimes you see the photos. These are the good photos I can show you, but that is another problem that is happening in the name of migration. And even though people are coming back, a huge numbers of people coming, though the government doesn't have any fixed data. As a journalist, I'm trying to collect data from airport. Every year, almost 100,000 people on an average coming, mostly from Middle East and other countries. And see some of the pictures. You see they have a chain in their hands in Malaysian airport. So according to law, you cannot chain hands in any migrants, but that is also happening. When I took the photos, and it was the lead photos in the Prothomolo, that time the foreign minister official in Malaysia asked me, why have you published the photos? He didn't say that why there is a chain. So that is another problem. But after publishing the photo, it was stopped. Malaysia didn't this ever. And the major reasons they are coming because sometimes their visa is expired, they don't have job, sometimes physical and mental tortures, they really, their industry or factories closed. Many of them goes and call free visa, they don't get work. And now if I come to the challenges, the main challenge is our people are not at skill. The numbers we are sending is a record, but most of the people are unskilled. They don't have any skill, they don't have any language, so they doesn't know what to do. So that's why I think that is the major problems I mentioned, that as we cannot send skilled people. See the Philippines, Sri Lanka, everybody has shifted. You will not find a single country in the world who just have been developed just for sending migrants. Not South Korea, Philippines, whatever you say, they are now sending skilled people, and after sometimes they are coming back with their skills and doing the industry. So I think we really need to think in a different way. That the other challenges are the whole of our services are not available in community level. We most of the times ask people, why go to the middleman? The MMT ministry said, middleman is the only way in Bangladesh forever to go abroad. Even the ministry people, if they want to send their people, they need to go through a recruiting agency or middleman. So in Tangai or Murshidganj, wherever you want to go, if you go to the manpower office cannot send him. Is the middleman connecting in the recruiting agency? So I think that is one of the problem. All of the dependence of the middleman from going to Bangladesh. The cost is highest in the world and the earning is lowest in the world. So that is another culture. Whenever it's hot, where is the beef price and everything, why is becoming the highest, I don't know. So going to Bangladesh, I got a Deutsche Welle report from Saudi that going from Bangladesh is the highest, even the Nepalese or Indian or Sri Lankan, Bangladesh pay the highest and their earning is the lowest. So they cannot earn the 10,000 USD what they spend, they need 7 to 10 years to earn this money. So they are becoming one kind of modern day slavery. He cannot share. So I will say that these are the challenges, and protection mechanism also a problem. So I think, yes, and that is the same challenges. After some returns, there are also some challenges. So I think if we work together, then we can mitigate these challenges together. Just for recommendation that how we can make migration safe and skilled, protection mechanism, stop this trafficking, and good governance is very much needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharif. I think you have managed to bring in all aspects of challenges. Of course, we could have continued listening, and sorry to, we have to, because the time-wise, I think we are a little bit late, so we will try to cover that. Our next presentation is from Dr. Mallika Joseph, Senior Fellow, WISCOM, New Delhi.
Thank you. I think after that brilliant opening presentation, it's very hard to add something more to it. I think it is very comprehensive, and I thank the previous speaker for that. What I will try to do in the next few minutes is to try and provide a gender perspective, the gendered narrative around the global movement of people and their multiple marginalities. So that's what I'm going to focus. I've taken most of my points from special issue of a journal that I edited for WISCOM on COVID-19 and gender. And while most of the articles and op-eds were all about the shadow pandemic and about the violence, 4 of the 6 papers from the 6 countries that were covered, they focused on migrant laborers and the impact COVID was having on them. So I think that itself was telling about the magnitude of how women migrants were suffering within this entire spectrum of COVID itself.
So briefly, the India paper brought in a lot of stuff, but COVID-19 brought in surfaced a lot of inequalities and issues that were there in the system. But I think more poignantly, it exposed the vulnerability of the marginalized communities. And within the marginalized communities, the informal sector was highlighted a lot more. And within that, migrant laborers, how they were suffering within this construct of the informal sector was very strong. And further below, we found women migrant workers. The lower you're there in the chain, the more the marginality you suffered, and so much more difficult was your access to services at that point. So women migrant laborers were, of course, the very last of that particular chain. And of course, they face multiple marginalities, and there also was this dual precarity. At one end, they were engaged in informal labor, and the other end, they also had the gender dimensions of being women. So I think they were caught between both, and they suffered significantly because of that. And beyond that, what are the further marginalizations? They've always, how they had to face the politics between migrants versus locals. First-time job seekers were vis-a-vis people who were there established for a long time, and also foreigners versus natives. So they had to navigate all these marginalities even during normal times. So during COVID, it was all the more enhanced. And also there was the stereotyping of particular sectors they could actually engage in. So most of the time, they were pushed either into domestic work or care work. That's what most of the migrant labor were in that. And most of these sectors were marked by a lack of safe and clean sanitation. There was increased occupational risks. And this also constantly, they were under threat of sexual harassment and gender-based violence. And because you were informal, your recourse to services or access to justice or thing that was all the more, removed from them. And also they were also at the lower end of the power axis, which means they didn't even have the status of an employee. So forget about even moving up to a position of being an employer. So I think there was all that various struggles that they had as well. So while most of these concerns are common across all migrant labors, I think for gender, women migrants, it was a little more pronounced. And just at an anecdotal level, where about the migrants who never came back, this is about at least 2,000 women from Jharkhand who got trained as tailors and moved to Tirupur for that. And during COVID, they got caught and they couldn't go back. They were in a near prison-like situation. The owners confined them to the hostels. They didn't have food, and they were caught in a place where, there was unfamiliar language and people, and they had to live in that. And actually, some of the NGOs and the government actually had to rescue them. So when they went back to Jharkhand, though they were skilled, and then there was this empowerment which they had, felt briefly. When they got back and after COVID, they don't want to come back because of the experience they had. So most of them have gone to even more low-paying agricultural sector and working odd jobs. So that path towards empowerment is like closed for them right now. And briefly to talk about Bangladesh, actually the Bangladesh paper was written by two young scholars from BRAC actually. And the informalization in Bangladesh, about 95% in agriculture, 90% in the industrial sector, and 71% in the service sector. So the point to be highlighted here is there is a lot of research which links informality with how you are excluded from the mainstream institutions and access to basic services that the government provides. So considering that as a statement, the given statement, when we look at how much of people are in the informal sector, we need to understand that in that context. And the example, and at also an anecdotal level that was given, was how they compared workers who were working through Hello Task, the agency, and people who were directly employed. Independently employed at houses. So during COVID, most of the independent workers lost their jobs. But those who were there through the Hello Task, at least the Hello Task could negotiate and get some kind of salary. So they were not laid off. Some partial salaries came, and fixed hours were there. And also women felt they felt more dignified working as part of the agency. And though it was still all in the informal sector, but still I think going through an institution provided them that support. Quickly moving on to Nepal. Nepal has one of the highest remittances. Nearly 25% GDP comes from remittances. Official statistics, there are 4.5 million men who are migrant laborers outside. Only 0.2 million are women. This is the official statistics again. And top destinations for women are Qatar, Malaysia, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and all of it. However, there are gender-specific restrictions as far as women migrant labor goes. Policies are different for them. And there are also country-specific restrictions. There is age bar, and if you're married, then there is a child psychosocial welfare. They need to have guardian consent. So all of it restricts them from moving abroad freely for work. Because of the stricter regulation, more women then want to try the illegal route of going abroad, which exposes them to additional vulnerabilities of abuse, of sexual abuse, exploitation, harassment, and also the illegal route makes them vulnerable to trafficking, and undocumented status creates additional issues. Like during COVID, when they had to be brought back, there was no paperwork for them in the countries that wherever they were, right? So that is the main issue. And of course, at an anecdotal level, the COVID returnees, women face significant issues because out of the lot that came in, about 94 were pregnant. So as a result, most of the women returning migrant labor was faced with a lot of slander and defamation. And actually, there was concern that maybe the children born from rape or this consensual sex of this may never get citizenship. So in short, what I wanted to highlight is, so it is when we look at the what people generally refer to as the migrant crisis, it's just not a migrant crisis. It is a crisis of inequality that needs to be addressed. And this crisis of inequality is there prevalent right through. Like you have the differentiation even between how you treat refugees versus migrants versus diaspora, right? And at the one end, you have the diaspora, which has got enough political agency and affluence, but you don't have, they don't, I mean, you, on the contrast, you look at refugees. Same way, legal versus illegal. Again, just to mention, I came across this taxi driver from Pakistan in the US. And this was the height of all the things that Trump was doing to keep illegal migrants coming in. So I asked, how do you feel about it? So he says they deserve it because I have struggled hard and I've come through the formal way. So I don't want irregular migrants coming in. So even within that, there is a differentiation even among the migrant laborers. And of course, there is the inequality between rural, urban, educated, uneducated, also versus country of origin. I think that's where I think it drives home the point of politics behind refugees. Like you find Syrians were not welcome, but Ukrainian refugees were. Same way, Rohingya refugees were not welcome in India. So I think we need to address it much more. And international frameworks are available, but to what extent are they implemented? So to just end, I wanted to highlight what the UN High Commissioner had said about refugees. It says, no one becomes a refugee by choice, but the rest of us have a choice about how we want to help and how we want to treat. Thank you.
Thank you very much for bringing in the gender aspect. I think 3 issues has to be highlighted from your presentation. First is this whole how COVID treated gender. In Bangladesh case, there are certain differences of experience, which is important, like homebound domestic workers, they face a better situation because within the home, the physical cleanliness and other things, those things were important. But those who were staying outside and then they lost their job, they didn't have any money to survive. So it's homebound and those who are living in shelters. It's 2 type of results it has created. The second issue, I think you talked about Nepali policy. That is also very significant, particularly during COVID. In Sri Lanka, they have opened the market for women and lifted all kinds of restrictions of 5-year children, unless you can't go, if it's less than that. So those restrictions, then again, the minister, just when the situation is better, then again, women, all those restrictions. are again brought in. So when state needs, they use gender, they use women, but when their need is over, they put them back. They don't really look into the right of a migrant, of a woman migrant. So I think that comes out quite well in case of Nepal as well. So I'll go to the next presenter, Mahesh Rajbhatta, Research Officer, Center for South Asian Studies, Kathmandu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, my sincere gratitude to the organizers for organizing this timely and much needed workshop discourse on labor migrants issues in the region. Labor migration from South Asia has emerged as a significant phenomenon in the contemporary global landscape, presenting both the challenges and opportunities for the entire region. As we all know, the millions of individuals seek employment opportunities abroad, often driven by the economic necessities. They face several challenges and that impacts their lives and societies they live behind. So in this presentation, I intend to explore the contemporary challenges that the labor migrants from this region have been facing, shedding light on the socio-economic challenges, human rights challenges, and the economic crisis they face. Addressing this sort of discourse and talk programs are so important, particularly in this region. On this very pertinent topic, which is very close to the entire South Asia region. It brings the magnitude of migration. As South Asia is one of the largest migration corridors globally, with millions of people migrating within the region and beyond for work. So addressing the issues faced by South Asian laborers, migrants is crucial due to the direct number of individuals affected. It's a common challenge. The entire South Asian migrants face common challenge. So to address this common challenge, there has to be a collective efforts from the region. So this sort of conference is again very much important and can play a crucial role to address this common challenge. Having bilateral and multilateral cooperation is very important. From track to initiative, I think we can bring lots of prospect to have bilateral as well as multilateral cooperations. Policy harmonization is very important. South Asian countries have different migration policies, and regulations, leading to inconsistencies in protection mechanism for the migrant workers. A regional conference like this, talk programs like this, can provide an opportunity to harmonize, national policies to enhance larger framework and to establish common standards for the protection of labor markets. It also helps to to build capacity as well as sharing information, knowledge sharing perspective. Regional conference of this nature have the potential as well as the responsibility to promote capacity development and among multiple stakeholders, including the government agencies, including the civil society organizations, and the policymakers. Conference like this also serves the platforms to share best practices, innovative approaches and lesson learned from each other. It can also helps to have regional as well as global advocacy, which can amplify the voices of South Asian labor migrants and advocates for their rights at both at the national, regional, as well as at the global level. So just to give you the overview of the South Asian migrations, South Asian countries including India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, and Nepal are the major sources of labor migrants, particularly for the Middle East and the GCC countries. Migrants from South Asia typically work in sectors such as construction, hospitality, healthcare, domestic work, and then manufacturing sectors. The Middle East and the GCC countries offer employment opportunities due to their booming economies, as we all know, and the infrastructure development projects. According to the IOM 2020-22 data, South Asian diaspora is one of the largest in the world, with India having the largest diaspora at nearly 18 million, with Bangladesh at 7 million and Pakistan about 6 million. So migrants also making the list of the 10 largest diasporas around the world. Similarly, other countries in the region like Nepal, Sri Lanka, Afghanistan, they also contribute largely, in the migrant workforce worldwide. Remittance inflow from South Asia migrants constitute a substantial portion of the GDPs of their home countries. So, Briefly, these are the major destinations for South Asian migrants workers. Particularly, they go to the Middle East and GCC countries. Similarly, they also migrate to other parts of the world, including the US, Canada, UK, in Australia, Malaysia, Japan, South Korea, so on and so forth. These countries attract migrant workers due to their demand for labor, higher wages, best living standards, and economical opportunities. Now I'll move to just to show you the map briefly over here. These are the top 10 destination countries for the South Asian migrants. This is the origin of remittance. South Asian economy is largely dependent on remittance inflows. The World Bank 2022 study shows that South Asia is one of the largest remittance recipients, being the largest sources of foreign inflow, often by order of multitudes ahead of foreign direct investment and official development assistance combined. In fact, India stands as the foremost recipient of remittances globally, reaching $83 billion in 2019, just before the COVID. Similarly, remittances in Nepal constitute remarkably for over 25% of its GDP. To discuss on the contemporary challenges that the South Asian migrant workers face, before their departure, the pre-departure challenges, that the South Asian migrant workers face. I think this sort of challenges are under not given so much highlight and stress. I think this has to be well addressed from the concerned authorities and mechanisms. South Asian labor migrants often encounter issues with recruitment agencies, and mediators for often engaged in fraudulent practices, such as charging excessive fees, providing misleading information about employment opportunities, and exploiting the weaknesses of prospective migrants. Even in the beginning phase itself, at their home countries by their own people, they have been cheated a lot. Then after that, the post-departure challenges have been there. Most of the challenges have been already discussed. The socio-economic challenges is one of the primary challenges faced by the labor migrants from South Asia. Is the precarious nature of their employment abroad. Many migrant workers find themselves working in a low-skilled and in informal sectors, often lacking legal protection mechanisms and facing exploitative working conditions. This vulnerability exposes them to various forms of abuse, including the wage theft, unsafe working environment, human trafficking. Additionally, migrants often face difficulties accessing essential services such as healthcare, education, shelters in their host countries. Similarly, they also face a lot of legal challenges. There have been lots of violations of human rights cases. The migrant workers experiences from many South Asian labor migrants in fraught with human rights concerns, including violations of their fundamental rights and freedoms. Particularly women and children migrants, are vulnerable to exploitations, trafficking, gender-based violence, highlighting the urgent need for gender-sensitive approaches to migration governance and protection. Similarly, they have been also facing lots of discrimination and stigmatization. Frequently face discrimination and social exclusion based on their nationality, ethnicity, migrant status, limiting access to their employment, housing, healthcare, and other social facilities. There are very poor, social protection mechanisms. They have been facing a lot of mental health issues, fatal diseases and well-being. Migrant workers experience mental health issues, such as stress, anxiety, depression, and trauma to the challenges of migration, including the separation from the loved ones, cultural adjustment and exploitations. They also have several health issues. For instance, maximum labor migrant workers are from Nepal. They also go to India. And there are not as such documented data on this. Particularly from the Far East region, the migrant workers who migrate to India, if you see, maximum over the 70% of them have fatal disease health issues, including HIV and AIDS. So government is not giving so much importance on this aspect as well. Similarly, there is social cost. My colleague from Bangladesh, he was also mentioning this issue. There are issues of family separations. In Nepal, if you see lately, the divorce cases have increased a lot. And our country is very comfortable and happy to receive remittance, but they have not given huge importance to this social cost, and then it will be a huge price, in the long run. And then, it is certainly not a sustainable approach. So also we are highly dependent on remittance and an economy. And if there is any sort of economic instability in the host countries, then what sort of economic challenges it will give it to us. And are we in a position to handle this sort of economic challenges in the futures. Similarly, the implications of the unprecedented challenges that we have already witnessed during the COVID-19 timeframe. I think migrant workers were the first and foremost victims of the COVID-19 challenges imposed by the COVID-19. We saw thousands and millions of Nepalese migrant workers stand in the India-Nepal border, where they couldn't even come to their own countries, despite of having open border with India. Similarly, lots of challenges they face because of the natural disaster. Last week we saw what happened in Dubai. Lots of migrant workers were being affected because of that. Impact of the ongoing global wars, the war between Russia and Ukraine, the war, Israel-Hamas war. Lots of Nepalese migrant workers are in Iran, in Israel at the moment. They have been facing a lot of issues. 10 students, in fact, they were killed in this war. One student is still missing. There is no official record as such, and what the current migrant workers in that region, in that country, about their situation right now. And similarly, the conflicts and the political instability within the region, in fact, so I leave you with three major questions. Is South Asia as a region poses the readiness to address such situation if comes arise? Are South Asian countries equipped to accommodate their sizable migrant workers population if faced faced with an unforeseen crisis? This is what we experienced during the COVID-19 times as well. We didn't have the capacity to host our own people in our respective countries. And what if South Asia is unable to send as much labor to the Middle East due to the various conflicts? It won't just impact to our region, but it will also impact to these countries. And if there is not such a a huge number of migrant workers, and because of them, their economy and their development has been there. And if we won't be able to send them, what sort of challenges they will face? I'll stop here, and with this, I would like to thank you once again.
Thank
Thank you so
you.
much.
Thank you, Mr. Mahesh Radhatta. It's a good summing up of South Asia together, and you brought in the climate change issue as well, disaster, and also conflict. So now I would like to request Mr. Shishir Khannan, who is Honorable Member of Parliament, Kathmandu.
Respected Madam Chair, respected Chief Guest of the program, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and scholars gathered here today. Let me start by extending my gratitude to BIS, CAS, and COSHAT to the invitation and to the opportunity to participate in this very important dialogue. I'm deeply honored to converge at BIS to explore the intricate landscape of labor migrants from South Asia. This marks a significant milestone in our collective endeavor to unravel the complexities surrounding labor migration and collectively address the plight of South Asia migrants. Before delving into the heart of our discourse, it is imperative to underscore the profound impact the labor migration has had on socioeconomic fabric of South Asia. To acknowledge the trend or the phenomenon is not new. In Nepal's perspective, after British India-Nepal War in 1814, 1816, Nepali Gurkha soldiers were the first, I think, who were recruited as a labor migrant, and to be enlisted in Lahore, in Nepali context, is called to become Lahore, started the trend. And across during British India time, this subcontinent, perhaps sent about 30 million migrants across the world, some perhaps forced, but some by choice as well. But by now, South Asia is one of the largest region that sends migrants abroad, which has come to this discussion several times earlier as well. The region sends almost about 40 million migrant workers around the world. And if we collectively count that as one single country, it would be the 38th largest country by population in the world. The World Bank data reveals that remittance to South Asia reached approximately 176 billion by 2022, which is about 28% of global remittance flow. These figures not only highlight the sheer magnitude of South Asia migration, but also underscores the pivotal role in shaping regional and global economies. Labor migration, however, is a phenomenon characterized by multifaceted nature, encompassing both temporary and permanent movements within and beyond the region. The Gulf Cooperation Council, GCC countries have emerged as prominent destination for temporary migrant workers, particularly in sectors such as construction, hospitality, and domestic services. This influx of South Asia migrants, predominantly male, has been facilitated by liberalization of labor laws coinciding with economic booms in GCC countries. What began as a trend set by India and Pakistan has quickly embraced by other South Asian nations, including Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and Nepal. Today in Nepal, we witness a similar trajectory unfolding since the late 1990s. International migration has become a prevalent phenomenon driven primarily by a decade-long civil war, inequality of opportunities, and opening of employment opportunities abroad. As per the latest census conducted in 2021, the staggering figure of more than 2.1 million Nepali citizens currently reside outside of their homeland, representing approximately about 7.4% of total national population. However, this number is considered severely undercounted, and as many as 4 million Nepalese are thought to be working abroad. Additionally, 1 million Nepalese are presumed to be working in India, but due to nature of open border, they are not counted in national data. Furthermore, in recent years, over 100,000 Nepali young students have applied to go to study abroad, and many of whom also study in those countries. In Nepal, the impact of remittance reverberates deeply, with 1 in every 3 households receiving this vital financial lifeline. The influx of remittance directly correlates with improvement in standard of living, shielding households from perilous gap of poverty. Research conducted by Nepal Rashtra Bank underscores this reality, revealing that households receiving remittances are 2.3% less likely to succumb to poverty compared to those without such support. The benefits of remittance extend far beyond mere financial gains. They catalyze investment in critical sectors such as education and health. Migrating parents exposed to value of education in labor markets for migrants have prioritized investing in their children's future, thereby fostering positive change in mindset on education attainment. In times of crisis, such as COVID-19 pandemic or natural disasters like earthquakes, remittance provide critical support to the family. Over the years, the inflow of remittance from Nepali migrants have constituted a substantial portions of national GDP. In fiscal year 2023 alone, remittance inflows amounted to staggering $9.3 billion, representing approximately 23% of Nepal's GDP. Nepal migrants today traverse almost all corners of the world, broadly segmented into 3 categories: regional migration to India, migration to GCC countries, and Malaysia, and skilled labor migration to developed nations. While the economic benefits of labor migrations are undeniable, it is imperative to acknowledge the myriad challenges and concerns that accompany this phenomenon. From the outset, migrant workers are confronted with exploitation by unregulated recruitment agencies, burdening them with fees and debt bondages. The precarious nature of their employment leaves them vulnerable to economic shocks and exploitation, with limited investment in enhancing their skills for sustainable development upon their return. Nepal's policy promises fair and ethical recruitment of migrant workers, protection from deception and cooperation, unfair contract and commitments to meet contract obligation, employers' pay policy, including free visa, free ticket policies. However, these policies, there are many concerns remain. Workers are charged hefty fees. What is promised as easy job or high pay isn't met. Deceptive practices are abound. For example, as recently, many Nepalese are lured into job in Europe, taken to Russia, and they are now fighting on the Russia-Ukraine war. There was a CNN report which claims that 15,000 Nepalis have joined Russian army. However, Nepal government says only about 200 to 300 Nepalis have joined the Russian army, and already 30 have lost their lives. Often confined to low-skilled and hazardous job abroad, migrant workers often find themselves precariously positioned, subjective to whims of economic volatility, such as financial crisis and unfortunate health emergencies. Returning migrant workers from Nepal often share that they are part of 3D work in the country that they work in. 3D as in dirty, dangerous, and demeaning. During the employment that they face physical and mental as well as psychological problems. Every year, almost 1,400 Nepali workers die abroad. As a politician, we often get calls from across the country seeking our support in bringing the body back home. 20% of these people who die abroad die of heart attack, 13% due to traffic congestion, and 11% commit suicide abroad. In addition to death, many return back with severe injury, amputation, and limbs and mental issues. Also, we've seen a rising kidney diseases in Nepal. Nepali migrant workers, predominantly under 40 years old, are returning home with chronic kidney disease, CKD, after working in intense heat with limited access to drinking water, particularly in Gulf and Malaysia. Many workers face long hours in extreme temperature, leading to dehydration and heat stress, which are significant risk factors for CKD. Recent research indicates that up to 31% of patients receiving treatment at kidney dialysis centers in Nepal are returning migrant workers, with half of them under 40 years old. Therefore, the health and right of migrant workers is deeply troubling. Many workers, as we've heard in the case of Bangladesh, also seek loan to go to work, but oftentimes whether their pay is not as high as promised or face different challenges, come back home in a cycle of debt trap as well. There's also a shift in social dynamics. Population growth in Nepal has declined from 2.25% annually in 2001 to 0.92% in 2021. Fertility rate has declined by 50% in the last 2 decades as well. One of the major contributing factors has been migration of young male population in their productive age. Social fragmentation has increased, divorce rate has increased income and search for better services has also meant migration from hill communities to, I'll finish right, give me a few minutes, man. Hill to flatlands and urban communities. So 34 districts in mountain communities in Nepal saw population decline in the last 10 years. So, and with that, what we're seeing is, in South Asia, we talk about youth bulls, we talk about harnessing the demographic dividend, but one of the recent UN projections shows that Nepal will reach aging society by 7% of elderly population 65 years or old by 2028, and will enter a very aging society by early 1950s to 2050s, which means that we only have about 25 years to harness that population dividend. The risk is with the social protection, the cost of healthcare rising for aging population. Nepal may face huge economic challenges. And in that context, I'm concluding that we are in a forum where outside of the region, we share a similar bond of Deshi bond across where we're seen and treated as equals and same outside of this region. And I think we're at a place where collectively discussing these issues. There are many policy issues that we can have a conversation, particularly in harnessing our policies. I end it here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable MP. I think you have touched so many issues within a short span of time, ranging from social cost to all the achievements of migration. I think it's fascinating to hear how Nepal is one of the lateral, who entered later, and how in the context of many other countries, Nepal has created its niche particularly in the area of security work. And that's where I would say exploitation and other thing much less compared to construction, domestic work, and others. So Nepal has created its niche in a very good way. I really like the point that I got from your presentation is this whole, you mentioned about migration between India and Nepal. I think India-Nepal is the only country which shares the 1951 Friendship Treaty, under which migration between the two countries are just, allowed. But any other country context, migration is a major sort of contention between the countries. And so Nepal is a good example where it can operate in a way which is not detrimental to any of these South Asian countries. So I'll just, our last presenter, Colonel Nalin Harath, Acting Director General, Institute of National Security Studies, Colombo.
Honorable Chief Guest, Chairperson, distinguished guest, good afternoon. It is the most challenging task speaking at the last of the session, but I'll justify whatever the times I have been allocated. And most of the challenges my colleagues identified, and they talk about the common challenges. So similar kind of challenges I identify when it comes to as a region. So I'll just skip those slides. I would like to elaborate about these effects of labor migration in South Asia and Sri Lanka. It's about remittance inflows. This is actually second foreign generation source of income for Sri Lanka. The remittances coming from all the migrants. So now you can understand how Sri Lankan economy is contributed by the foreign remittances sent by the migrants. And other one is that employment opportunities, because South Asia as a region, and especially for Sri Lankan migrant work seeking employment opportunities. This migration flow provides employment avenues for Sri Lankan in various sectors such as construction, domestic work, manufacturing, and services. That was the kind of traditional elaboration. And I will elaborate about the current trends about Sri Lankan migration. And especially many of you elaborated about the social impacts. And economic dependency, I mentioned about the second source of foreign generation income, about this is foreign remittances. And this is another point I would like to highlight, the brain drain concerns. And this is something when a country is vulnerable or when a country is undergoing economic crisis. So especially there are a lot of vulnerabilities because people may tend to leave the country in search of better future prospects or career prospects. So this is one of the problem or issues Sri Lanka is facing at the moment. And for your information, actually in 2023, 1.3 million Sri Lankans migrated. So maybe for different parts of maybe Europe and Middle East and everywhere. And one thing, this could lead to the skill shortages in key sectors of Sri Lankan economy, hindering long-term development projects. And policy responses. Sri Lanka is trying to implement various policies. At the moment, currently, 5-year policies almost completed. So it's working on from 2023 to 2027. And especially legal and ethical challenges. So at the moment, Sri Lanka has a lot of challenges, especially about this illegal human trafficking. So Sri Lanka is trying to address this issue, especially with the help of other governments also, especially Australia is heavily supporting on this. Australian government is financially supporting for Sri Lanka. So it's a kind of very good relief for Sri Lanka when a country is just recovering from the economic crisis. And
So safe labor migration program in Sri Lanka, I would just elaborate about it. At the moment, ILO also initiated one program in Sri Lanka about safe labor migration, along with the Foreign Employment Bureau of Sri Lanka. So Foreign Employment Bureau of Sri Lanka is at the moment doing a tremendous job in this regard. And especially this awareness is very important for the migrants or whatever who is potential migrants. Throughout this project, so ILO engaged with the Sri Lankan Bureau of Foreign Employment Bureau and stakeholders to develop code of ethical conduct and for recruitment agents and sensitize majority of the licensed foreign recruitment agents and develop safe migration information dissemination tools. And this is one of the initiative Sri Lanka adopted, that is National Anti-Human Trafficking Task Force. This is under Defense Ministry. So it plays a key role to eradicate illegal human trafficking in Sri Lanka. But even though there are certain issues like there are some people migrated illegally to Myanmar, that cyber village. So after negotiating and with lot of effort, we have been able to get down, repatriate some of the Sri Lankan, but still there are some Sri Lankans are there. So these are the issues. Even though there are a lot of awareness programs are going on, lot of activities are happening, still people try to migrate illegally. So these are the kind of implications and very serious issues at the moment. And other one is, as I mentioned, that is National Policy and Action Plan on Migration. Madam, you also mentioned about that. But that is 23-27 as the guiding document for the foreign employment sector in the country for next 5 years. So now at the moment, the ministry is working on this. Foreign employment, labor and foreign employment ministry is working on this. So this is going to be implemented. And so if I elaborate about recent trends in labor migration, so present economic crisis had led to an upsurge of migrant workers from Sri Lanka. And that is obvious. From the total labor migration, the number of male migrant workers has increased in the recent past. So earlier it was other way around. So female migration was the highest number of female. It contributed 60%. Now it has changed. And because the government implemented certain policies about, especially that if lady is migrating and if lady has children below 5 years of age, so they gave some guidelines. So they just cannot leave the country. Earlier, what happened, there wasn't some kind of regulatory mechanism. So ladies could leave the country. But now the situation changed. So now, as Madam also mentioned, chairperson mentioned, so because of that, there may be some kind of shortage of female migration in Sri Lanka. So this is the calculation in 2021, percentage of foreign employment placement by gender. So in 1990, it was female contributed 63%. But when it comes to 2021, so male contributed 66%, whereas female contributed 33%. So female migration is gradually decreasing. Then slight decrease in low skilled migrant workers and increase in the professional category. So this happened, we experienced after economic crisis. And especially like doctors, lecturers, certain doctors and lecturers, they started migrating to especially European countries, Australia and New Zealand. So how labor migration by skill category, this is how it goes in 2021. So professionals contributed 9.5, middle level 4.4, and skill level 46%, clerical and related 6%, semi-skills 2%, low skill 30%. So although the increase in the professional category is a positive indicator, it's a clear sign of brain drain due to deterioration socioeconomic environment, which was exacerbated by the outbreak of pandemic. And due to the worsening economic crisis, labor migration has reached, and this is how it goes in 2021 foreign employment placement. So it says, the figure says 121,795. So in 2013, it was 300,000. So after pandemics, because there are a number of employees, they were repatriated to Sri Lanka and we had to get them down. So again, there is another trend, that is emergence of new destination countries such as Romania and Seychelles. One thing I want to highlight, that is many migrants are also young men below their 30s. While female migrants who are largely migrating as domestic housekeepers are mostly in their 40s. This indicates growing trend of youth brain drain. So this is one of the areas Sri Lanka has to be addressed. Sri Lanka has to address. So I think most of you must have enjoyed the movie Airlift. It is about the wealthy businessman who was in Kuwait. It is his name, I think, Ranjit Katiyal or something. So after Iraq invasion, Ranjit Katiyal had a lot of chance to come back to India, but he had one intention. Until every Indian is repatriated to India, his thought was he would not leave his family. He will not live with his family, keeping aside all these migrants. Indian ministries, foreign ministry or foreign bureau, nobody did not have anyone to interest to get them down. But with this businessman, with lot of effort, after convincing the authority, he was able to repatriate everyone with the help of Air India. So I think we need the authorities, especially people like Ranjit Katiyal. So in conclusion, labor migration in South Asia presents both opportunities and challenges for sending and receiving countries alike. While it offers the potential for economic growth and poverty reduction, it also raises concerns about exploitation, social dislocation, and inequality. And addressing these issues requires concerted efforts from governments, civil society, and international organizations to ensure that labor migration is safe, fair, and beneficial for the stakeholders involved. And thank you very much for your patience hearing.
Thank you, thank you. I think we have listened to all these august speakers, and this is our turn to listen to from the audience. And we would like to get questions if possible. And if this is a comment, then I would request not to be more than 1 minute, because we would like to take as much questions as possible. But at the same time, we only have 15 minutes for this thing. So first, I have some names who have expressed their desire to speak. First is Professor Ishrat Shamim, President and Consultant, Center for Women and Children Studies. Kindly, anyone can take the mic to her, or it's there? Yeah, okay. 1 minute, please. So
1
that
minute?
we can hear, yes, so that we
Okay,
can
thank you
hear
so much.
others.
Because the time is very short and everything has been explained.
Ishrat Shamim.
Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, I want to later on.
I'll later.
Okay,
later.
okay, thank you. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. I have only one question, that is the case of Nepal, of declining population. It's very interesting to note. If we can see the case of Bangladesh, that there increase of migration of both men and women in recent years, but has the population declined? Thank you.
Okay, we'll take some questions and then we will go to our speakers. So next one is Dr. Muhammad Nurul Islam. He is a Tibet specialist, Ministry of Finance. And I know skill is something we discuss a lot. And although he has a background on labor migration because he was with PMT, he is a repository of knowledge. Can we listen to him? I can't see him here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
First of all, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to BEAS and for organizing this wonderful regional conference. Actually, in the thematic areas, it is mentioned that the issues and concerns on migration. We have identified so many issues and concerns in the presentations of the panelists. Mostly, I identified the exploitation of the migrant workers. That is the lack of ethical recruitment, the high migration cost, legal support in the destination countries, and also some issues are missing. I think the health issues and death case issues and skilling of migrant workers, and also the bonded labor and wage thefts are discussed. But what I found that we are talking about this orderly and responsible migration. There are so many stakeholders in the total migration area, and what we should do is establishing a systematic and smooth process of recruitment, which is lagging from the beginning. Actually, Bangladesh is experiencing more than 50 years of this recruitment process in the overseas employment, but we still lacking this a systematic recruitment process, as mentioned by Mr. Sharif. So finally, I just one recommendation that we have to identify all the responsibilities of the stakeholders, and a holistic approach is needed to implement this thing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. Now we have Ranuma Salam Khan, National Project on Migration, ILO. You also have 1 minute.
Sure. Thank you, ma'am. I'm representing International Labour Organization. I will have few comments. Actually, first of all, since it's a regional seminar, that you know that we have regional consultative process, Colombo process, where all the sending countries are, regularly sitting to each other. But we still yet to receive have a national and regional consensus on a minimum standards of, overseas employment and labor migration. When we mean by region, minimum standards, it can be minimum wage, working hours, social protection. So if we have this regional consensus, of course, we know that it's a competition, but setting a minimum standards we ensure, and then the bargaining power of the sending countries can be enhanced. So this is comments as a regional perspective, and particularly another one with the Bangladesh. So I echo with Dr. Nurul Islam that we need an overhauling of the recruitment process. Currently, what is going on about recruitment is nothing but a visa processing by the recruitment agencies. This is not recruitment. So when we talk about recruitment, it should be a direct linkage, connection between the employers and the agencies who are recruiting. So ILO is supporting Bangladesh government for a long time, like above 12 years, to have reform and new acts, rules, policies, but we are yet to see full implementation of those instruments. If we really implement those instruments, we can enhance the governance mechanism where we can ensure this fair recruitment process. And lastly, this is last thing, we have to, I would say, include or address the reintegration in the overall migration cycle, because the labor migration is meant to be improve the livelihoods. If you don't have a sustainable reintegration mechanism, then we can't take the benefit out of it. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. I think you are the one who can answer very well the government side as well as ILO side. Now you are taking ILO side, but sometimes when we take civil society side, you are the government. So someone from there wanted to speak. Can we, yes, who first started speaking? Yes, please. 1 minute for you.
Okay, thank you so much. This is manpower, sending manpower is understanding, and this is the exchange process. Manpower, we have got the manpower and they have got the money power. If we should not feel inferior, or we should not have any inferior feelings that they are employing our labor. So we should be very much grateful to them. It's not that if we stop exporting our labor, then their will of the development will be stopped. So in this case, our government should be a little bit strong, and this policy should be very much clear and in favor of the labor, and it should be very much well paid, so that we can bargain to the employer. And one thing is that our labor should be properly trained, so that they can bargain and have a proper salaries. The level of labor, our level of service, the rendering our labor They are getting very few salaries, remuneration. In that case, we should be very much careful about. And the third thing is, nothing is the brain drain. We are not at all concerned about the brain drain. Our all brain, the draining, most of the brain draining. So there will be a very bad effect in future. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. I have two hands there. Yes, first you, then Sumaya Islam.
Thank you very much, Professor Siddiqui. This is Alauddin Ahmed. I run a storytelling show named It's Nice to Be Nice, Honing Your Soft Skills. I was a member of Bangladesh Energy Regulatory Commission. I was a TV broadcaster and banker also. Honorable MP from Nepal, Mr. Khanel, he came with a statistic, 11% of Nepalese migrants commit suicide. Probably there are some numbers for Bangladesh also allocated, we don't know, or maybe we know. If we also can know of the percentage of committing Bangladeshi migrants suicide abroad or coming back here, we'll probably come with some definite directives, and probably the concerned authorities or the ministries will have particular duties to deliver after knowing this reason and number of suicides committed by Bangladeshi migrants. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sumaya Islam.
Thank you. Just I will talk about the female migration issue. Already we have seen that the female migrant workers, even the domestic workers, even the garment sector, after this liberation, Bangladesh, even India, Sri Lanka, they didn't look for the other sector where women workers can work. But there was the problem they are facing. Still, there is an age bar. At the same time, permission from the guardian, that means husband or father. When I need my job, when I am taking care of my children, but husband is not besides with me, father is not besides with me, I have to take permission from my guardian myself. So you should look that one. At the same time, respect, recognition, and remunerate. That is very absent in domestic sector and the garment sector. So both all sending country, where 4 countries here, how we can on the recruitment system, how we can ensure recognition, respect, and remuneration for all migrant workers. Thank you. This is recommendation.
Thank you. Sumaya Islam is the executive director of Bangladesh Nari Shramik Kendra. Nazia, Dr. Miss Nazia, it's your turn, and then someone at the back. I'll take these two, and then I have to go back to the speakers, and I have to end this by 12:30. So,
thank you so much. Thank you for your discussions and for your interventions. They were, I really enjoyed it. I would like to know a little bit about the state of digitalization in the labor migration sector in the region. I am aware of the challenges that we face in Bangladesh, but I'd like to know a little bit more about how far we've been able to use digital tools in other countries of the region. Also, do you see a role for artificial intelligence and deep machine learning? Thank you.
Thank you. At the back, yes.
Thank you. Good noon. This is me, Ahmed Reza, and I'm working for television in Jamuna. My question is to Sharif Bhai. Sharif Bhai, from your presentation, we have pointed out that the miserable condition of our migrants. The question is that, do you believe that our government is unable to facilitate unable to send the skilled migrants to the abroad? And if in this case, what initiative, what policies should the government implement to improve the situation? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think if we have to give at least a minute to each presenter, then we do have to conclude this question answer open discussion session. Thank you very much. A lot of questions we could take. Now we would like to go other way around. The last speaker, if you want to say something, respond to any of the questions. So it's your turn.
Right. This is about women migration, and it is now Sri Lanka also even need to take. We can't stop or we can't prevent freedom of migration or freedom of movement. But when it comes to the migration, labor migration, I think there should be some kind of regulatory mechanism now. For an example, Sri Lanka now increased the age limit up to 22. So any lady is migrating, she needs to she needs to achieve 22 years of age. Otherwise, she can't migrate, and she should be within 22 years and 27 years between. So likewise, so there are certain regulations is important to mitigate the present challenges. Otherwise, what will happen? People, especially 18-year-old girl, is migrating, and 22 years ladies migrates are different two scenarios. And once somebody completes 18 years of age, she can get more kind of knowledge, skills from whatever the relevant authorities from the particular country. And after that, she can migrate rather than just completing and migrating 18 years. And digitalization is another point we need to address. It has to be there, but in the meantime, a lot of information is flowing in once you digitalize. So there should be a very good cyber protection mechanism should be there. Otherwise, what will happen if there is anyone or any any human trafficker can obtain the information, relevant and sensitive information, so that could create some kind of volatile situation in the community of migrants.
Thank you, Chairperson. I didn't hear a very specific question, but just let me touch very briefly on the question of digitalization. Particularly from Nepal perspective, I've not really seen significant use of digital technology to either support or facilitate the migration cycle process. I mean, there's a from the public service perspective, Nepal government does use digital services, particularly to provide Nepal to migrate out as a migrant labor from Nepal. You have to get a labor certificate or permission to go abroad. You have to show that at the immigration. That process has been digitized, and something that used to take almost 100 hours just to get one permit. Now, through the use of technology, you can get within an hour. So something like that is happening. There's been a discussion about using technology, particularly on the migration cycle. One of the key issues is a lack of orientation. People do not understand where they're going, what kind of services they are getting. There've been some conversation around that, but I've not really seen effective utilization of that either. Part of the challenges is most of the, I mean, we've seen across the region, most of the migrants come from a low skill background, low education, rural community. So access to technology to them itself sometimes can be very, very challenging. So only thing where you can, I've seen is, targeted ads. If you can, digital platforms have allowed you to target certain ads to certain demographic profile. So it has helped perhaps the recruitment agencies to target their ads. But other than that, I've not really fundamentally seen that. Again, on the, I mean, we have not even used the basic things that we have. So on the questions of AI and deep learning, machine learning, I see actually the more of the challenges, especially given the fact that we're sending so much of unskilled workers abroad. Routine manual job are at the risk of being taken over by AI. So that means that as a region, we face a huge challenge. The question ultimately for all of these countries is what, because especially, for Nepal, where we're getting almost 25% of our GDP through remittances, means if the jobs are being done through AI or automation, then what would happen to our labor force? So this puts us a lot of onus on political leaders like myself to figure out a way to develop our country so that we can provide better, safe employment to our people in our own home country instead of sending them abroad. Thank you.
We have 1 minute, 3 presenters. So what to do?
Thank you, Chair. I think quickly, there was a question on if the population is declining. I'm not sure if the, migrant population from is, in fact, on a daily basis in between 1,500 to 2,000 Nepali youths have been migrating, regularly, right? So I think the population has been increasing. The question on digitalization, Honorable MP on it. I think it has a, I would say from Nepal's perspective, it has a more negative, aspect. They do have devices, certainly, even their family member devices nowadays. Only problem is because they are not well trained and they don't know how popular in social media, and they have been, posting news, information, videos on social media, and this in fact, sometimes creates negative consequences. Before banning TikTok, we saw lots of migrant workers from abroad. They used to come live on TikTok. In fact, spend hard-earned money sending gifts to unknown people, sitting in Nepal. And there was a huge talk about this kind of issues, and then they were spending a lot of money actually without knowing it, just to enjoying this, entertaining platform and not understanding that. So I would say, more negative, impacts of technology in the migrant workers. Thank you.
No, thank you for answering the question of Reza bhai that skilled people. I think it's not the goal, it's the government's duties, because government is trying, but the problem is the whole our people, all of us want to send our kids to university. So I think that what government can do, that should be the mandatory that rather going to university, all of our people doesn't need to go to university, that how we can really need the vocational training. I think if government focuses on, not currently we think that the bad students will go to the vocational, not at all. Everybody, we have to must ensure the vocational training. I think that's one solution can happen. And another thing I want to add that, and special thanks to the Nepalese parliament member, everyone is open to see the problem. And believe us that the Saudi or Qatar, they are not doing as a favor for us. They cannot run their country without the workers of India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka. So I think that all we can consider that this are the minimum wage, these are the protection mechanism, and we should really can work together. And I thank this for such kind of organizing meeting. We really can be agree on protection and others. I think we can really protect our migrants. And I will just say one thing, how you treat your people, that depends on other countries. So if the Sri Lanka, Nepal, and Bangladesh, we treat our people in that way, the other will do this. So I think we should treat our people in a good way.
Thank you. I just want to drive home the point that, though we have great bargaining power and as a young, demographically being a young subcontinent region here, we still need to focus on how we can reduce the informality within this sector so that people who have papers have protection. People who don't are the ones who fall between the cracks. So I think we need to focus on that.
Thank you. Is it working? Yeah, okay. So now we would like to listen to our chief guest, Dr. Mashur Rahman, Economic Affairs Advisor to the Honorable Prime Minister, Government of People's Republic of Bangladesh. He is into policy, so we should be gaining a lot of knowledge on this from him. Yes, please.
Let me convey my respects to all the participants and my gratitude to the BIISS for inviting me to this session. At such sessions, seminars, you learn a lot, and it is a chance to remove your ignorance, for my ignorance, not yours. And I apologize for being a little late. I thought it would start at 10:30. Let me start with one example. AstraZeneca vaccine. That was the first vaccine that we found out for corona. And this was a Swedish firm which carried out its research at Oxford in UK and it was produced, or Germany had something to do with it. For us, the production was in India. The production was in India. So you see the industrial and trade connection. Can we think of placing migration in the context of this trade and industrial production connection? So that gives you a perspective what can be done and where are the bottlenecks and what bottlenecks are to be overcome. There was a reference to the importance of remittance in Bangladesh economy. There are similar, this is similarly important for many other economies which send workers abroad. Now, remittance contributes about 8 to 10%, depending on export performance and so on, of Bangladesh GDP. It has a very significant impact on our rural economy in terms of escalating and structuring the consumption pattern of the rural population. Now, the consumption pattern also impacts the kind of production. In the rural areas and the relatively low income families and the families which are possibly progressing in the hierarchy of income, the demand is for more ordinary industrial product. And there is demand also for agricultural product. Food is an important consumption item for them. Now, there is a reference that the remittances do not go into investment. These are, they spend some money on purchase of land because they do not know the sophisticated methods of investment. There is no dispute about it, but there is, I think, some other dimensions that we may look at. One is, what does land mean in a rural society? And for people who do not have access to investments in urban industrial sector, that sector itself is pretty small. Now, land is a status. If someone has a lot of land, he immediately goes up in the social hierarchy. Secondly, it's an insurance. Some of you talked about the problem of migrants who come back. Now, if he has some land to fall back on, he or she doesn't have that problem. Now, the countries which send workers are the countries which take workers. They are linked by opposite economic situation or opposite economic dynamics. The Middle East and, for that matter, most of the European countries where we do not send many workers, they have a declining population and they have a shortage of workers. Now, and on the other hand, the South Asian countries have or had a surplus of workers, a surplus of labor. So we were in a situation when we wanted to have expanded opportunities for employment. And as the Middle East started earning more by export of primary energy, they also invested in infrastructure. So there was a demand for low skill or those who were prepared to hard work. And we had an abundance of labor that we wanted to send or we could send out. So the supply and the demand structures, they kind of meet the needs of one another. Now, incidentally, the World Development Report, which the World Bank issues every year, their report for 2023 and 2024, that sort of tries to develop a typology of migration. Those who seek employment those who seek asylum, and then there are forced migration because of security reasons in certain countries and so on. For the asylum seekers, there's a specific there is some clear recommendation. There are some international protocol or regulations also. For employment, the World Bank suggested wise solution. The skill demand and the skill supply has to match. I mean, that's very obvious. You don't hire anyone unless he or she supplies the skill that you don't have in adequate supply. And so that's an obvious thing. But the point is, how do you develop skill which is available in abundance, and after meeting your domestic demand, you have a spare to send abroad? Most of the countries that we are talking about are not in that situation. I do not know, I cannot say anything particularly about Sri Lanka. Because Sri Lanka by end of 1969, 1960s or early 1970s, it had become the leading country in South Asia and the leading low-income country, which scored very high in terms of literacy rate, not only literacy rate, in terms of education, the quality and the level of education, and concerned about skills. So they possibly have a much larger supply of trained, skilled manpower than most of the countries in the South Asia. So their problem is somewhat different. Maybe I will touch on that a little bit afterwards. Now, the labor demand, domestic demand for labor depends on the pattern of industrialization, and also the demand abroad is also impacted the the pattern of investment and pattern of industrialization in those countries. In the West, where you do not send workers the way we send to the Middle East, the people go to the Western countries more or less voluntarily, and they also have a higher level of skill. But the Western countries also have been going through for a long time a continuation of population declines. And they have also opted for automation or use of machine which displaces workers. So the growth of the Western countries will not have the same rate of growth of employment demand, labor demand as in the Middle East and the countries around. Now, in the Middle East, what has happened in the meantime is the first phase was a strong focus on infrastructure, physical infrastructure. And that's the kind of work where we suited quite well. But having done that initial work of infrastructure, now they are in a situation of upgrading that infrastructure. It's not just maintaining and repairing the infrastructure that has been done, but upgrading the infrastructure, where the use of machinery, the use of technological devices would increase. That's increasing. So here is a case that we do not have exactly the match that we had earlier. There's a kind of developing mismatch. I guess the next question that I would raise is it possible to train skill, develop skill, especially for export of manpower? I don't think that is possible unless the domestic education system and the domestic skill development system is broad enough. It is not possible to isolate a particular set of demands and train people for that. And it also involves a lot of expenditure. Now, if you have set up a number of institutions where such skills are developed, and then you don't find that there is not enough demand for those skills at home or abroad. So you end up with an excess supply of skill, which drives down their wage. We are not in that situation yet, but there's a kind of mismatch between what is demanded and what we can supply. There is a, I guess, the focus on the troubles that the workers go through and the imperative to take care of that is important. But then we have to look at the scope of doing it. Can any of these countries by itself address these issues? I think it cannot. Now, incidentally, there are ILO standards for migrant workers, but it doesn't work. I mean, some or other they cannot enforce, but that is not only their weaknesses in the Middle East. It is very difficult for any international or UN organization to enforce their regulation. It depends on the willingness of the home government of the home country to do it, and also the ability, the enforcement capacity of the international organizations. So the ILO standard, some or other, does not work. Now, incidentally, if you look at the transformation through which the Bangladesh RMG sector is going, you have some idea of how it works. RMG is moving into, it's at a very early stage, into more and more automation. Because of the emphasis on labor standards compliance, there's a preference to shed workers and introduce more automation. Now, that has impacted the women workforce in RMG than men. But some of us and some of the employers say that there's an opinion that the women cannot handle heavy equipment, so they are not being hired or they are being laid off. I think that's a superficial explanation. The real reason is automation displaces substantially employment. And if you have to choose between a woman and a man, you choose a man, or you tend to choose a man. So it is impacting women's employment. And for RMG, it was a very strong selling point that they hire more and more women, which has contributed substantially to women's empowerment in our situation. Now, there is another dimension which is developing, and I guess we should look at it. The industrial production is now organized on the lines of value chain dispersed across countries. The horizontal and vertical integration is an obsolete thing now, or is becoming more and more obsolete. Supposing the final product has 10 components, this will be produced in 4 or 5 locations, 4 or 5 countries, and then brought to a final place for assembling and branding it. So if we are not in this dispersed value chain, then not only that we do not produce, we do not participate in the production which can be sold, nor can we send workers who will engage in production activities in those countries. I talked about. Okay, for Nepal, there was some reference to Nepal's access to Indian labor market and so on. I think there is more than this 1951 agreement. If you look at Nepal's trade, you will find that about 85 or 90%. If I'm wrong, please correct me. about 85 or 90% of Nepal's trade is with India. More than that, the currency value in relation to dollar tracks the currency value of Indian rupee. So there is a monetary integration, there's a trade integration, and you don't need a passport or a visa in order to move between India and Nepal. Between Nepal and India, the border is known as the Terai, which is the plains, isn't Terai? Terai. So the Terai is inhabited or Terai is cultivated by and large in the same manner by the Nepalese who are on that side of the border and the Indians on this side of the border, and they move across freely. So it's a really integrated area. The political difference is on top of it, and there's a kind of gap or conflict between the political division and the social economic integration. Now, in addition to that, the Nepalese can buy from the Indian market, and periodically during the year, Nepal reports to India the taxes they have paid in India, like excise duty or value addition or goods and sales tax and so on. Nepal refunds that India refunds that to Nepal. So it's a kind of European Union arrangement which Nepal and India had set up much before European Union was considered. So that's something in which we can take pride. We have shown the way to do it. Philippines, if you go to the Middle East, you will find Philippine women working at the sales. They work mostly at the sales girl. They are employed in the accounting units of large trading houses, and I guess Philippines and the southern part of India, they send also a lot of nurses to the Middle East. Apart from being trained as nurse, they also have a skill in communication in English. That's an advantage. That's something that you need. That's not only an advantage that you need. So as I said before, the general scheme of education and training inside the country, one of its bonus point is the capacity to export when there is a demand abroad. And I guess we should remember that sending workers abroad is not exactly a policy choice. Policy choice is something that you can affect, that you can change, that you can revise to suit your conditions. It's a situation where you are dependent on the country demanding, and if that country's demand structure, demand composition change, you have to respond to that. In order to be able to do that, you have to have within the country a system of training that suits not only our demand, but also the demand of the manpower importing country. Now I think I have come almost to my end. There are 2 or 3 things. I mean, I'm not supposed to respond to that, but I'm just sharing my perception of the issue. There's a question of guardian's permission for women to join workforce or to go abroad and so on. I'm not questioning its implication in terms of freedom of women, the rights of women to make choices for themselves, but I'm sharing a particular story with you. After completing my education at the university, I started teaching. I didn't have to go to anyone to seek permission. When I was chosen for the civil service, I went to my father to tell him that I have got this job and I will go. So in the extended family, they are the eldest cousin. And my father said, you go and talk to your Boro Chacha, the eldest uncle in the family. So I went to him. He was not a very highly educated person, but he had taught in primary school when he was very young. He should be about 60, 70 years older than I am. So when I told him that I have got this job, he didn't have a clear idea of what it is. So my father, who had served in the government, he explained, and my Boro Chacha's response was, is that a good thing to do? I have heard that he has heard that the magistrates convict people and they send them to jail, and they also convict them to hanging. That's not a good thing. Why don't you teach in the college? The college was about 2 or 3 miles from our village. So he said that why don't you teach in this college? So he had some idea about what a teacher does or what education is. So some behavioral dimensions are built into your society and it takes a lot of time. Not that my Boro Chacha could restrain me from what I was doing or what I wanted to do, but he had a sense of values which told him that it's better to teach than send people, to act as a magistrate and send people to jail. So that's not a good thing to do. The salary was higher for the job I had. As to digitization in Bangladesh, all the union headquarters are now connected by digital devices. And there is a system where those who want to go abroad, they can enlist their names. And when there is a drive for recruitment, this information is also sent to them. But the real problem is not resolved by that. The real problem is for the recruitment agency to find the person whom they would recruit. There's a mismatch. There is not enough of contact in that. If you look at the regional distribution of migrants from Bangladesh, you will find heavy concentration in Chittagong area, Chittagong division. Chittagong, Noakhali, a little bit of Sylhet, they send the most migrants. The way it happens is their relatives and the people in that area know by and large the condition of work in a particular area because someone in that family, someone in that village has gone there. So there's a kind of beneficial informal communication, not that bad. So that's how the recruitment works. I wonder if, I don't think many of you would have some idea about how employment exchange worked in the subcontinent. It was introduced around the Second World War, or maybe a little before the Second World War. When you wanted a job, in each district there was an employment exchange office. You go and register your name. And when they have reports about some recruitment, they have report about vacancies, they manage some or other to send these people to the places where the recruitment would take place. That is only within the country. But that did not solve the unemployment problem of the subcontinent. You can have communication, but if jobs are not multiplying, you can't find jobs. You can't find employment. That is the problem. Basic problem is the economy does not grow fast enough. There was a talk about brain drain in the late 60s and 70s. This was a very sensitive issue, but these days nobody talk about it. One of the reasons that it has gone down in importance is those who develop brain in Southeast Asian countries. South Asian countries, they have an opportunity to go and work in the developed countries. So in some sense or in some way, the brain development has moved to a level which is compatible with the brain development in the West. At the same time, perhaps the West does not produce as much brain as they used to do, say, 30 or 40 years ago. So the brain drain does not affect the upper middle class. So nobody talks much about the upper middle class. I have not seen any newspaper article which talks about brain drain, but it does talk about people who get education and go abroad for teaching or for research, for some other employment. My personal impression is that it's good that people who are educated, because you can't exactly match the demand and supply of trained people, of educated people. So there is a mismatch. So there has to be some flexibility and some openness. Let me add one or two personal experience. When I was a student in USA, I worked in the library front desk. That was back in the 1970s. So there are two or three, there was an exchange program between Russia and US at that time. There are two or three Russians who used to come to the front desk for checking out books or journals and so on. They were about my age or maybe slightly younger. So, and conversation episode was, I was keen, the battery is running low. Anyway, I was keen on their manpower training and their employment program because Russia was a tightly planned country, and my impression was that everyone who is trained for a job is assigned to a place where he does exactly that. So I asked these two or three persons what kind of training you have and what kind of jobs you have. So he gave me a broad smile. He said, exactly the same way as it happens here. I have learned something, but I do something else. What have you learned? My training was in industrial management, but I have become a photographer. So there's a kind of match that you can establish between training and employment. So that leads me, and perhaps I can persuade you, to a broad plan of skill development education. If someone can shift from the current employment and skill domain to something a little different, and he can retrain himself or herself for that job, it becomes easier. You can keep pace with the fast changing technology and industrial structure. Now, funny things happen sometimes. Whenever I talk, cite some case, it is to the previous century. I was Secretary Labor in 1991-92. And this manpower business was then part of Labor Ministry's job. We once received an intimation that there was a dead body in Middle East, most probably Saudi Arabia, and they could not send the dead body to any of these countries. That fellow had migrated, or his address was Pakistan. But when they investigated his address in Pakistan, they found that such person didn't exist here. So then they inquired, then they sent, we received an intimation to investigate. Then we found that he's a Hindu who had pretended as a citizen of Pakistan, took a Muslim name, and went to Middle East to work there. And he died, and then there was a compensation and many other formalities that have to be sorted out. So for us, the question was, shall we take a dead Pakistani? No. But shall we refuse to take a pretended Pakistani who is in Bangladesh? You can't say no. So our inquiry indicated that, as I told you, that he's a Bangladeshi who has posed as a Pakistani and so on. The second instance is I had left the government then and was working in a private organization which is generically known as a reputation agency. It's a very funny description. A reputation agency is applied to those agencies which rate or which examines the balance sheets of some companies or banks and gives them a gradation. It's a grade A plus, grade B plus, etc. So we had an orderly, is a person who brings you tea, carries files from one section to another. He had worked in Middle East. He had worked in Yemen. So I asked him if he could teach me some Arabic. He tried to, but I was a bad learner. So one of the interesting things that I remember is, how do you do in Arabic? We hear from those of us who learn some Arabic here, it's a kaifa haluka, how is your state of health? But he says that in Yemen, that is kaifi healthy, how are you? So there is a dialectic differences. This man was a Hindu from Noakhali, but he had worked in Yemen. So these funny things happen. The last episode that I would share with you, I went to Kuwait and we were staying in a hotel, it's a good hotel, and for 2 or 3 days I was there. So we used to go to a restaurant in the hotel for our dinner. I think that's called a floor manager or the girl who managed that restaurant. We spoke to her in English, and I mean, she had a list of the hotel guests and where they are from. So they found that we are from Bangladesh. She spoke in Bangladesh, in Bengali. She was wearing decent and respectable skirt, but she spoke English that, I mean, someone who speaks that kind of English should not go as a worker to the Middle East. Her pronunciation was much better than mine. And it was clear, it was apparent that she had gone to missionary schools. So her English pronunciation was much better than most of us. She was a Muslim. By name, she was a Muslim. She is described as a Muslim. But I suspect that she had gone to a Christian missionary school, maybe a Christian. And she was a manager in a hotel restaurant. I mean, she was a pretty high job in a 5-star hotel. So that kind of things happen. But basically, as long as, since we have an abundant labor supply, we need to find employment because there is not enough job being created within the country. So that's something that we should take note of. Let me conclude by thanking the organizers and you for the event and for inviting me, and also the chance of removing my ignorance and sharing my perceptions with you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Guest. It's always fascinating hearing to your experiences. Since time is short, I will finish whatever I'm supposed to say within 5 minutes. I'll try to finish. Few things that has come into this discussion, they all require further discussions. All of the presenters, they came up with on gender issue, on rights issue, on protection issue. Everyone came up with their country experiences as well as South Asian experiences. Few things that struck me is first is that after COVID, from 2020, when COVID struck, from then on 2021, migration actually went down tremendously, labor migration. But then in 2022, 384% rise of migration in India, 89% rise of migration in Pakistan, then 84% rise in Bangladesh, and 184% in Nepal. So all these things say that there is a demand And that demand for extraordinary situation may reduce, but again, it picks up. Now, what is the challenge? The challenge is migration is number of migrants is increasing, but as we have heard, job, salary, rights, those things are not going into a situation where it will be win-win situation for both migrant sending as well as receiving countries. That's not happening. So if we just look into remittance, labor migrants, number of migrants increasing in that way, but then again, remittances in general is reducing and not increasing the way it should. Again, of course, when you consider the total remittance, of course, the figures that our presenters have come up with, that, in South Asia is the largest region among Asia where highest remittances are received. So 39% of the remittances are received of South Asian countries, so which is quite huge. Then Southeast Asian countries receive 24% of the remittances that comes to Asia, then 19% when it comes to East Asia. So it is in broader term, of course, remittances are increasing, but then if you think the growth rate that we have experienced earlier, that is not there. So that's a challenge. The second thing I think I would like to highlight from the discussions is this whole issue of policy. We have discussed migration challenges and everything, and most of the country experiences, and I think in general, we deal bilaterally. These, any labor receiving and labor sending countries usually, sorry, the right term will be origin and destination countries. We deal with, bilaterally. All the negotiations are bilateral. But then there are multilateral forums so far. If we think of South Asia, we couldn't come to a solution or a common stand like the OPEC countries, the way they stopped, the price, they increased the price of oil. I think there is a great opportunity to do the same in case of labor migration from South Asia. But we compete each other. The unholy competition creates the situation, so we don't look at the broader picture. And then again, right-based documents like 1990 Convention of all migrant workers and all their family and children, that has been kept in the back seat. Now we more hear about compact where the interest of countries of destination is more protected. And it is about regulation, border, and those things. It is not about rights of the migrants. So we are going backwards. We are going backwards internationally because we, origin countries, are not united. That is why the destination countries can change right and protection related laws. Now, the other thing that just partially came is about climate change. I think when we are discussing labor migration, now we cannot just sideline climate change. During COVID, there were researches which showed that climate change affected population, a certain number. We always think that it is mostly internal. Migration is mostly internal, but a research on more than 6,000 households globally that showed that 34% of the migrants of broader labor migrants come from climate hotspots. And that climate hotspot migrants were doubly, in a situation, bad situation, because they used migration, international migration, as an adaptation tool to climate change. So therefore, now when they come back, their adaptation struggle is more than others. So this is what I think now into Global Forum on Migration Development, you hear more and more discussion on climate change. So our discussion also has to reflect that. And another thing, I'll just stop by saying that three things I would like to do advocacy here, because I see a, August gathering from different countries, and they, first thing, I would request everyone not to use this term illegal migrants, because a human being cannot be illegal. The process by which he or she has migrated could be irregular. That is why we would appreciate using the term irregular migration, which is a globally UN recognized term. Then the other thing, the type of work our migrants do in destination countries are in a very bad situation they work. But even then, we cannot call work at 3D work dirty, dangerous. And because work is always respectable, whatever work we are doing, the respect has to be there. So this 3D dimension, I would say globally, there is a tendency of curtailing this statement. And then this other thing, labor migration, manpower, and labor export. We are dealing with human resource. So the term manpower, I have heard a couple of times. We would like to curtail that term manpower. It's human resource. And that's more dignified, more respectable. And export, people cannot be exported. So that's what I would like to say. And I really thank our organizers and our chief guests and others for making this session very lively. May I request you all to stand up and give a quick project?
Respected audience, we have come to the end of our first working session. Before we leave for lunch, may I please humbly request our honorable chief guest and our distinguished panelists to join for a group photo here. I also invite our respected chairman, Sir of BIS, our respected director general, Sir, Dr. Nishchal Pandey, and Mr. Andreas Klein to join us on stage for this group photograph. Respected guests, Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon. I welcome you all to the second working session of today's seminar. The theme of the session is Addressing Challenges, Regional Cooperation and Partnerships. The session will be moderated by Sorry for the interruption. This session will be moderated by Ms. Megha Sharma, Program Manager, 2030 Agenda at Konrad Adenauer Stiftung. 5 distinguished panelists will share their expert opinions. This will be followed by a question-answer session and the valuable address by our special guest of today's seminar, Mr. Mohammad Khairul Alam, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Expatriates Welfare and Overseas Employment, Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh. May I now please request the session chair to kindly commence.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all. It's a very difficult session to chair, and I think it's even more difficult for the speakers because I think after a very good lunch, it's difficult to keep you all awake. So we have a very august group of gathering here, and I will not take much time, but I just want to say that when I was listening to the presentations in the morning, I felt like if you remove the country, it's like every country has the similar challenges, maybe slightly different, maybe the occupation is different, but I think it's very similar. So in this session, we are trying to look at how can we address the challenges together? And I think it is fate, because when you have common problems, we can definitely learn from each other and work together. So without further ado, I would like to welcome Dr. Benuka Ferdosi, Senior Research Fellow, BIS, to start the presentation.
Honorable Chief Guest, respected special guest, respected chair of the session, learned panelist, and distinguished guest. Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon to you all. So we were listening to the first session and found that there are many similarities among the South Asian countries in terms of issues and concerns of its labor migrants. So why don't we sit together and cooperate amongst ourselves to solve the issues? That's what our chair was saying just now. So this is what in that second session is about. You all are aware. So I am going to deliver on regional cooperation in labor migration from South Asia and assessment. And I will proceed as follows. In introduction, I will shed light on the global scenario of labor migration cooperation. And then I will discuss regional cooperation in labor migration in South Asia through formal regional bodies and RCPs. Then I will look at the participation of Bangladesh in this regional cooperation. Then I will try to assess the existing regional cooperation in this region in the case of labor migration, which will be followed by some humble suggestions. I want to start highlighting the fact that the idea of governing migration through cooperation among states is a new one. Historically, migration governance was left to the sovereign control of individual nation states. After World War II, to cope with the huge movements of displaced people in Europe, a formal refugee regime was established based upon the 1951 Convention, which is overseen by an UN agency named UNHCR. But other aspects of migration, including labor migration, remained within the domain of the nation state's sovereign control. According to scholars, polarization between origin and destination countries was the main reason to blame for the decades-long failure in establishing an international regime in migration. In absence of a top-down multilateral framework, a bottom-up framework began to emerge in global migration governance, which was mainly led by regional consultative processes, or the RCPs. The first RCP was created in Europe in 1984. Since then, these processes have multiplied in various regions of the world, starting from Africa to Asia, North America, Latin America, and the Caribbean, and where not. So what makes these RCPs unique, and why did they flourish so much? Let me identify some inherent advantages or strengths of RCPs. The informal setting and regular and repeated meetings of RCPs make them congenial for trust building. These non-binding fora bring together representatives of states, civil society, and international organizations at the regional level to discuss migration-related issues in a cooperative manner. They focus on cooperative dialogue with an emphasis on information exchange and technical cooperation. They contribute to shaping national migration policies and to the convergence of policy at the regional as well as international level. Also, they act as laboratories for piloting regional migration initiatives. Thanks to these advantages of RCPs, they played a significant role in the UN's journey towards adopting a global compact on migration in 2018. Even after the GCM came into being, cooperation in global migration governance is still led by the RCPs, and the GCM is yet to replace the RCP-led model of cooperation. One reason is the inherent weakness in GCM, as the chair of the previous session has highlighted. GCM uses more of a destination country focus than a origin country focus. So this is the global context against which I am going to examine the regional cooperation in migration in South Asia. Let's start with regional bodies, and SAARC naturally comes as the starting point. During the 18th SAARC summit in Kathmandu in 2014, there was an attempt to reinvigorate SAARC's regional cooperation, which was reflected in the famous Kathmandu Declaration. Kathmandu Declaration, for the first time, endorsed migration as an agenda for SAARC, which was followed by SAARC Declaration of Labor Migration in 2016. The declaration put forward a number of wonderful suggestions, such as developing a South Asian qualification reference framework, formulation of standard employment contract and minimum wages, taking common position on minimum wages, formulating regional framework on fair and ethical recruitment, taking joint initiatives to gradually ensure free of cost migration, facilitating SAARC country migrant workers for access to justice, free legal assistance, and support in the destination countries. These suggestions, if implemented, would go a long way to solve the concerns and issues of South Asian labor migrants. This, however, did not happen, since after the Kathmandu summit, progress of SAARC was halted and the auspicious plans were buried thereafter. Given the global experience, it was no surprising that in absence of an effective regional body, the cooperation efforts of South Asian labor sending countries channeled through RCPs, most important of which are the Colombo process and the Abu Dhabi dialogue. In 2003, in response to calls from 10 Asian migrant origin countries, 5 from South Asia and 5 from Southeast Asia, IOM initiated a consultation at Colombo, Sri Lanka, which later came to be known as the Colombo process. The Colombo process works on 5 thematic areas: skills and qualification recognition, ethical recruitment, pre-departure orientation, remittances, and labor market analysis. IOM serves as its secretariat. Besides sharing good practices, data, and information through regular dialogue among the Asian origin countries, Colombo process did a number of commendable jobs. Examples include development of comprehensive training curriculum for labor attaches, implementation of joint training courses in various origin and destination countries, carrying out a number of policy studies on the 5 thematic areas of the process. In recent years, the Colombo process countries formulated a 4-year work plan to achieve some important goals for labor migration, which includes transforming the recruitment industry from the employee pay model to an employer pay model, achieving zero-cost migration, bringing the informal recruitment actors, which is widely known as the middlemen, under the regulatory framework, and equipping migrant framework with necessary information. A similar plan was charted on pre-departure orientation. The 5 thematic area working groups meet regularly to discuss the implementation progress of such plans, as well as to discuss contemporary concerns of labor migrants. For example, in the post-COVID years, discussion is going on about how the origin country governments and other stakeholders can cooperate to set out a concrete policy framework against wage theft, a phenomenon observed during the pandemic years. Recognizing that addressing the concerns of labor migrants requires bringing together both origin and destination countries, a new consultation process was created in 2008, which, along with the members of Colombo process, includes 6 destination countries. The new consultation was named as the Abu Dhabi Dialogue, the permanent secretariat of which is located at the UAE. Besides consultation among labor sending and destination countries, the Abu Dhabi Dialogue emphasizes on concrete action. In 2017, 4 key areas were selected for pilot projects to be conducted by the dialogue. Those are ethical recruitment, skill certification, information and orientation programming, and the role of technology in the governance of labor mobility. Thereafter, a number of pilot projects have been taken, and there are some, as you can see in the slide. Now, about the participation of Bangladesh in this regional cooperation. Bangladesh, along with its fellow South Asian countries, has been actively participating in the regional cooperation, both in SAARC and RCPs, as well as global fora like GFFD. Bangladesh is an active participant in all 5 thematic areas of Colombo process. To mention a few, with support from IOM and ILO, the country has conducted a number of policy studies on issues like remittance and labor market analysis. It launched and improved pre-departure orientation training through more than 100 training centers. But most importantly, in line with the Colombo process plan and initiatives, Bangladesh has taken multifaceted measures to ensure ethical recruitment. It placed caps on cost levied by migrant workers through a bilateral labor migration agreement with 16 countries. Bangladesh also revised its Overseas Employment and Migration Act in 2023 to bring recruitment middlemen into regulatory framework, which has been a long-standing demand from our stakeholders working in the labor migration sector in Bangladesh. Recently, with the support of IOM and ILO, the country has rolled out a project through which prospective migrant workers gain access to information of recruitment agencies, which protect them from fraudulent brokers. In Abu Dhabi dialogue also, Bangladesh plays an active role and participates in the projects undertaken by the dialogue. Now I'll try to assess the existing regional cooperation. From the above discussion, it can be said that in the case of cooperation labor migration, South Asia resembles the global scenario, where formal regional bodies has failed to take the lead and RCPs has come forward to fill in the gap. I want to highlight 2 achievements of RCPs in South Asia. First, RCPs are playing a significant role in the sense that it keeps the regional cooperation moving against the background of failure of regional bodies in taking up the issues. Second, despite being non-binding informal fora, RCPs in South Asia has been showing continuous incremental progress over a long period. If we look at the level of the preparedness of labor migrants in countries of South Asia, we cannot but notice that in the last 1 or 2 decades, there has been progress in terms of institutional capacity and legislative development. Though there are a lot of rooms to improve to meet the demand of time, and RCPs have definitely played a soft role in this improvement. Finally, it seems that the RCPs will continue to play a vital role in the regional cooperation in labor migration in South Asia until global formal mechanisms and regional bodies show a breakthrough in this regard. Now, a few words about the challenges of regional cooperation in South Asia. The first major challenge I want to mention is the lack of resources. Look at the Colombo process. After so many years, it still lacks a permanent secretariat, which remains to be a major limitation for this process to further the cooperation processes and activities. The meeting of the thematic groups of Colombo process are still funded by a joint program of even bodies like IOM, ILO, even OMEN and SDC. The fact that the participant countries have no financial contribution in the operation of the forum may negatively impact the sense of ownership by the participant countries. Second major issue in regional cooperation is trust building. For labor migration also, the problem is the same as it is for trade, water, energy, or other issues in South Asia. In case of labor migration, the problem of trust building is manifested through competition among the South Asian labor sending countries, as has been touched upon by the session of the previous chair. This competition among ourselves reduce our collaborative bargaining power when we seek to deal with the destination powers, and this remains to be a major limitation which we have to overcome if we want a meaningful regional cooperation in South Asia among the labor sending countries. So what is the way forward? Though RCPs appeared as substitute of formal regional bodies and international regime, it has its own limitation. It is true that the informal character of RCPs serves purposes in absence of effective formal bodies. But at the same time, it is also true that there are some major issues and concerns of labor migration which cannot be solved through informal structures. Examples include kafala, the living standard issues, and other labor rights issues. In the informal setting of RCPs, the best that can be done is to motivate the participants from destination countries, but the setting cannot offer a bargain to take place. So, what the labor sending countries of South Asia can do, they can continue with the RCPs, but at the same time, they should try to activate former regional bodies and international mechanisms to take up the issue of labor migration and to play a strong role in this regard. With those words, I want to finish and thank you all for your patient hearing.
Thank you, Benuka. It was very interesting. While it's very good to see there's so many processes to deal with migration, but also sad to see that there is such lack of cooperation. I think COSAT has been working on increasing cooperation in South Asia with various issues, and will continue to do so. But just to share an anecdote, in 2018, we had this conference with female parliamentarians and domestic workers. And all they said, the domestic workers, is once they are out, they're just out. There's nowhere they can reach if they have a trouble. And it was so sad to see. Of course, it was a different country, but the MP had no clue that these workers are facing this issue. And I remember one Middle East CSO worker came and said, told our Bangladeshi parliamentarian, do you know your workers are there? Can you come and take them back? So I don't think it is a responsibility of only the policymakers, but as the think tanks, as journalists, as the public, I think we really need to work together. I don't think it's anyone's problem. It's a problem of everyone. So I would like to welcome Mr. Sugiswara Senadira, advisor to the PMO's office of Colombo. Sugi.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank BISSS for the beautiful arrangements at this lovely auditorium, and also the support given by their partners, COSAT and CAS. And especially for organizing such an important discussion at a time when many stakeholders of governments are, or something, or even international think tanks are not thinking that way. They should take up such issues. Hence, my special thanks to CAS, COSAT, and BISSS. You have chosen a very relevant issue for discussion and selected few top experts, not myself, others I'm talking about, to explore the issues and find ways and means of facing these challenges. The South Asia sub-region serves overwhelmingly an origin of international migrants who move outside the sub-region, particular to the Middle East and also to destinations in Southeast Asia, Europe, and North America. The World Bank estimates that out of 38 million South Asians worldwide, the majority are labor migrants from this region. Talking of Sri Lanka, in the first decade of independence in 1948, migration from Sri Lanka was limited to the professionals who sought economic opportunities in Europe, especially in the United Kingdom. So their contribution to the British health service, because many of our doctors, nurses, and medical experts have migrated during that period, the first part immediately after independence. So their contribution to the British popular health scheme is immense. When Sinhala was made the official language in 1956, a substantial number of Dutch, Portuguese, and Anglo-Sri Lankan community known as the Burghers migrated to Australia. That was the second phase of Sri Lankan migration. After the dismantling of quota systems and other discriminatory rules for Asian migrants in Canada and United States and Australia in the 1960s, it opened new opportunities and initiated increased labor migration from Southern Asia. There, Sri Lankans had a special advantage because of our literacy rate and semi-skilled abilities of Sri Lankan and our younger lot, because of the free education and free health service introduced immediately after independence in 1948, we had an advantage. Our literacy rate was in 90s, and our health and living standards is far better than our South Asian brethren. So with this advantage, we could migrate to those countries then. Migration was also fueled by the 1970s oil price boom, which brought large number of contract workers to the Middle East to work on the infrastructure and development. In the 1980s, international migration from sub-region increased even further, with North America, Australia, and the oil economies of the GCC as main destination. In addition to rapid economic growth in several Asian countries, led to movement of both high-skilled and low-skilled workers. I need not go into these things because all my previous speakers gave much latest valid data on this. The profile of migrant has changed significantly and became more differentiated over time. While in the 1970s, the majority of migrants were male and predominantly worked on construction projects as low-skilled laborers, many are employed in semi-skilled or other skilled jobs. Since the 1990s, rising demand of domestic workers in the Middle East, again, I skipped that part. During the 5 years from 2012 to 2017, labor migrants from 5 South Asian nations, India, South, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, Nepal. Annual migration range is from 50,000 to 100,000. Last year, 101,000 skilled workers and 297,000 unskilled workers left Sri Lanka for foreign employment, according to our Sri Lanka Bureau of Foreign Employment. The reason for the sudden increase in the this was due to an incentive offered by the government of Sri Lanka after our recent economic collapse. We found that it was very difficult to maintain our huge public sector, which was 1.4 million. We wanted to reduce it to 1 million within 5 years. So under that, we gave an incentive to those who, the public servants who wants to avail no pay leave for 5-year period and go abroad for work and remit their earnings. And also when they return to Sri Lanka, they do not lose their seniority in service. With that attraction, we try to get rid of the lowest grade government officials. But instead, what happened was professionals, doctors, nurses, engineers in the government service decided to take advantage of this offer and take lucrative postings in foreign countries. But our target couldn't be fulfilled because these people didn't even remit money back because they take their families also abroad and they hardly send any remittance to Sri Lanka. Whereas our migrant workers in the West Asia, the Middle East, they send almost 75 to 85% of their earnings as remittances every month. While almost 80,000 Sri Lankan labor migrants in Middle East returned to the country, that was during the COVID period, we had to the heavy burden of looking after 80,000 labor migrants who returned to Sri Lanka. Plus, we lost our revenue. And that's why, there are many reasons for recent economic downturn. That was the basic one, was the COVID, and followed by the other global recession. So I'll skip the other part as I said, addressing challenges, regional cooperation and partnerships. There are many challenges and an imperative need for regional cooperation and partnerships to solve these issues. One of the foremost requirements to get authentic statistics on labor migration that can be derived from number of sources, including labor force surveys, population census, and administrative records. However, each source of ILMS have specific drawbacks. An analysis of LFS schedule in South Asian countries show that important questions on migration, including nationality, citizenship, birthplace, others also refer to this. Previous residences, household numbers, and other things are not included in this service. Even though population, the censuses are usually the most comprehensive source of international migration statistics, questionnaires in many South Asian countries have left out crucial questions on international migration and international migrant workers, in particular the location of household members abroad, as well as questions specifically pertaining to return migration, missing in those. Administrative records, such as those maintained by the various government agencies on individuals registering for employment abroad prior to departure, are some key sources of international labor migration statistics. In fact, Sri Lanka has a separate Ministry of Labor and Foreign Employment and a Foreign Employment Bureau to maintain administrative records. However, main drawback is the workers shift from place to place and country to country. They also move from country to country, making it impossible to have an authentic record. Fair number of migrants leave on tourist visas and end up as workers. Some workers overstay their work visas and continue to work without permission or informing the ministry about their change of employment. Earlier this month, when official discussions were held between Korea and Sri Lanka, the Korean officials informed that of the nearly 100,000 Sri Lankan workers in Korea, have not left the country after expiry of their seasonal worker permits for 6 months. So although they are ready to, they need more workers, they are ready to offer another 30,000 employment avenues, but unfortunately, the visa process gets delayed because of those people have overstayed in that country and working continuously without valid permits. The data coverage in South Asian countries is affected by different constraints, by the specific methodology employed and by the overall quality of data collection. Although the international legal definition of, I'll skip that definition, so you all are aware of those. One of the major issues recently came up, my colleague Nalin also referred to it briefly. The need for regional cooperation became apparent when a group of Sri Lankans were illegally trafficked to Myanmar via the borders of Thailand in December last year. After they were enticed by agents on tourist visas and taken to Thailand, and they crossed the border and they were taken as cyber slaves in IT. Unfortunately, these slaves are kept in the Myanmar-Thailand border area where the Myanmar government has no access. So when these people contacted the Sri Lankan relations and told about their slavery, the government had to move in and they instructed Rangoon, our embassy in Yangon, and the embassy, when it was brought up with the Burmese Myanmar authorities, they said, we don't have access to those areas. Our military cannot go there. There were recently in the military operation, they rescued 8 of them, 6 boys and 2 girls. They were asked to perform the task of online fraud, getting European and Australian, European, New Zealand, and Canadian and US persons to either get married. They were posing as girls and with fake FBs and so on. They were and getting money from them. This is a massive operation, but the Myanmar government, neither Myanmar nor the Thailand could do anything. So those who returned last week to Colombo said there are 46 others, Sri Lankans, and few other nationalities are still in those labor camps. Then another issue we have faced recently was Ukraine. There's quite a number of mercenaries are working there. Some of them a group of Sri Lankan army personnel. I think those who sought early retirement after they have experience in active battle during the 30 years long Sri Lankan conflict. They were taken to Russia, stating they were given jobs, but instead they were taken to neighboring country, and finally they ended up as Ukrainian mercenaries. This came to light when a colonel, one of the elite commando from Sri Lanka, he was killed in the battlefield, and his body was brought to Sri Lanka. And before he was given the funeral, the Ukrainian government gave him a hero's medal or some high recognition. With that, this came to there are about 120 Sri Lankan military personnel working as mercenaries. So we don't have records of them. And if they get into trouble, there's no way of. Then recently, another group went to Russia, and they are being trained to work in the Russian front of the Ukraine. So it's like, Ostrovsky's famous book where they claim the Mossad trained Sri Lankan militants as well as Sri Lankan armed force in the same island, and their main warriors, they would run into each other if by mistake they're taken to the other camp. So, the collective responsibility of our governments. I'm very glad about your presentation. You mentioned about the Colombo process as well as SARC 2016. But unfortunately, after that, SARC summit could not be held. So there's no hope of implementing that 2016 agreement of collective action on migration. But Colombo process is continuing, and that's a good start. I think this kind of material gathered at such seminars would be immensely useful for taking those to our governments and get the process expedited. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Surita. And I would like to invite Harnik Singh, Deputy Director of Institute of South Asian Studies, National University of Singapore.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for the invitation to Singapore to this regional seminar. It's a wonderful opportunity to be back in Dhaka once again. Let me just, most of the challenges have already been articulated by the panel discussion in the morning, so I will skip most of that. What I want to do in the early part of my presentation is to look at the Singapore labor migration patterns. The reason why I think this is important because Singapore is one of, for a country of its size, is a large recipient of labor migrants from South Asia. And I wanted to highlight several, besides highlighting the landscape in Singapore, also to highlight two major incidents that brought to fore the challenges faced by the labor migrants in Singapore and the responses by the Singapore government as well as NGOs within the country to try and address those challenges. So, I feel that by articulating some of this perspective about Singapore's labor migrant situation, it will probably provide some food for thought as to how South Asia can also articulate responses to various challenges faced by its migrants. Let me share a bit about the demographics of Singapore labor force. In 2023, Singapore had more than 1.5 million foreign workers, of which about 280,000 were migrant domestic workers, and approximately 400,000 were migrant workers engaged in construction, marine, shipyard, and processes. 1.5 million is almost 30% of our total population. So that's a sizable number of foreign workers or labor migrants that we have in Singapore. The onset of COVID-19 has, in the case with many other countries in the world, affected the supply of labor migrants to Singapore. And the numbers went down, albeit by a small number only. It went down from 1.4 to 1.2 million in 2021. But immediately after COVID-19 and the recovery of the Singapore economy and of course, relaxation of the borders, the worker population bounced back to 1.5 million last year. So a quick rebound based on the requirement of the country. Two major incidents that really impacted both the labor migrants in Singapore as well as Singaporeans and the Singapore government. And this for a very long time, and being a Singaporean, I can say this, the labor migrants existed in Singapore, but on the periphery of society. We knew they existed. We did not interact with them. We did not speak to them, but we knew they existed. For someone like me, I live in Little India for 20 years. So my interaction with the foreign workers was quite intensive. I meet them every weekend when I go down. So for some of us, we were quite fortunate to be able to understand their needs and requirements. But by and large, the Singapore society allowed them to coexist, but without actually interfering or knowing much about them. Two incidents that really impacted this perception of the foreign workers in Singapore. The first one was the Little India riots. I mean, we call it the riots. I don't think so. They do that in South Asia. But on December 8, 2013, the Little India riots took place in Singapore. And it started off with a very minor incident. It was an accident of a drunk migrant worker from Tamil Nadu. He met with an accident with a bus driven by a Singaporean driver. And the driver was hired to take the workers back to their dormitories. The accidental crushing of the migrant worker by the bus was misunderstood to be done purposely, leading to migrant workers that were present in Little India on that day to attack the bus driver and the bus lady, fight against local police and damage police car. Although the riot was brought under control in approximately 2 hours, the Little India riot brought to surface the existing disharmony among migrant workers and civil state relations. The interesting thing about that riot was that the workers attacked, like I said, just the bus and the police vehicle. They didn't touch any of the stores or the shops that were in Little India. Nothing else was damaged. So you see the angst was actually towards the state rather than the people of Singapore. Immediately after the riot, the Singapore government undertook a serious investigation, as part of which 420 people were brought into custody for investigation, of whom 47 were found to have failed to follow police orders to disperse. Following the investigation, the government also introduced the Liquor Control Supply and Consumption Act in 2015 as part of the effort to ban the sale of alcohol in the vicinity. Because the whole purpose is for them to congregate and meet with friends, meet with relatives, and not indulge in alcohol. So that was done almost immediately. So it reduced nuisance in that particular vicinity thereafter. Subsequently, in areas frequently visited by migrant workers on their days off, mostly on Sunday, proper bus terminals were constructed to ensure that similar accidents do not take place. Even till today, the Singapore government continues to make effort to further enhance the areas frequented by these workers. This includes creating more spaces for them to congregate, better traffic control, street closures for cars. So even Singaporean motorists are not allowed to enter certain streets, mainly for them to actually walk around. And of course, screening movies at selected areas so that you actually disperse the crowd so they are able to watch movies if they want to. So the government has been, even till today, the government has been looking at this. So that was one of the things that really woke Singapore up. The second one, COVID-19 pandemic. I mean, everybody's familiar with the impact of COVID-19 on our societies. In Singapore, if you don't already know, I think you've seen the slides earlier, most workers live in dormitories, especially those living in the construction industry. They're housed in dormitories mostly provided on the outskirts of Singapore and or close to their work sites. According to three authors, around 200,000 of the 750,000 non-domestic work permit holders were housed in 43 dormitories. Right, so 200,000 people in 43 dormitories. 95,000 lived in 1,200 factory converted dormitories. And the rest of them at construction sites. So if I were to paint a picture, it's not a very nice picture because people were housed, many people were housed in just one small room, cluttered with their own items. So built on cost-saving models, most of the dormitories were crammed with almost 12 to 20 workers each room. with poor ventilation. With such little space in these dormitories, it was no surprise that they were emerged as clusters of infection during the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020. The first few cases of COVID-19 infections among work permit holding migrants were recorded in February 2020, which 5 Bangladeshi workers caught the virus. In the initial phases, the Singapore authorities acted to isolate them and provided healthcare to all 5. These cases also received sympathy and care from the rest of the Singapore community. So they started a process of awareness among Singaporeans that these people are living among us and they are also subject to the same level of impact from COVID-19 as all of us did. So having said that, the Singapore government did not, unfortunately, at that point in time, the government did not make plausible infection rates in worker dormitories a key part of its effort to fight COVID-19. As a result, by December 2020, over 47% of the migrant worker community was infected by COVID-19. Right? These high infection rates among foreign workers led to the emergence of a global social and moral critique among the against the Singapore government with allegation of marginalization and ill treatment of its foreign workers. So people started becoming very aware. Eventually, in December 2020, the Singapore government adopted a two-pronged approach. First, it provided immediate relief, and to reduce further infection, it separated the uninfected from the infected by creating new safeguard spaces, and new recovery facilities were also established by converting military camps and exhibition centers. These measures were more temporary in nature. The second step was the long-term one. The government was focused on ensuring the future safety of migrant dormitories. As part of this, the Foreign Employee Dormitory Act was expanded in its coverage from 53 dormitories to 1,500. This meant that the new dormitories had to meet the authority standards, in turn ensuring that the employers do not save costs on safety and cleanliness. For instance, under the Act, dormitories are required to maintain an important level of hygiene. Each unit to have a washroom and a kitchen attached to it, and it can only house a limited number of people. So the government also responded almost immediately to that. So perhaps such measures are possible in Singapore, given that the small country like Singapore is open and transparent, has strict adherence to rules and a civic conscious society. I think the last part plays a very important role. However, such a situation may not be the case for other labor migrant recipient countries. Addressing the challenges faced by South Asian labor migrants will require a multifaceted approach that encompasses policy interventions, legal reforms, and social initiatives. Firstly, the governments in both the sending and receiving countries must work together. It cannot be, one side making the effort without an effort on the other side. To ensure that the policies are in place, enforce labor standards, and provide support service to the migrants. These include establishing mechanisms for monitoring and oversight to ensure employers adhere to fair labor practices and that migrants have avenues to seek redress in cases of abuse. Additionally, efforts should be made to promote social inclusion and cultural integration, such as providing language training and community support programs. A good example of this is the domestic helpers in Singapore. Because there is a need for domestic helpers, and I don't speak for the Middle East, but for Singapore, because there is a need for English-speaking domestic helpers in Singapore, the Philippines is able to impose certain requirements, and we have no choice. If we don't abide by these requirements, the Philippines will not send domestic workers to Singapore. These include minimum salaries, a day off, limited working hours, and families in Singapore have no choice but to adhere to it. So if the home country has the ability to regulate the requirements, then the recipient country has no choice. So it works both ways. Secondly, international cooperation is also critical in addressing the root causes of migration, including poverty, inequality, and lack of opportunities in the sending countries. By investing in education, skills development, and economic opportunities, the governments can help create conditions that enable individuals to thrive in their home countries, reducing the need for migration as a means of survival.
However, this is a long-term effort. Thirdly, regional cooperation and partnership are essential for addressing the challenges faced by South Asian labor migrants. By working together, the countries in the region can develop comprehensive strategies and initiatives to protect the rights and well-beings of migrants, improve labor standards, and promote social inclusion. Here, in the essence of time, I'll just quickly highlight some of the possibilities. Some of them have been articulated by my fellow panelists. First, of course, harmonization of policies and regulations. The South Asian countries must collaborate to harmonize their migration policies and regulations to ensure consistency and coherence. Secondly, information sharing and capacity building. Regional cooperation can facilitate the exchange of information and best practices among the South Asian countries to enhance their capacity to manage migration effectively. This includes sharing data on migration trends, labor market demands, and skill requirements. Thirdly, regional dialogue and advocacy. I mean, we have mentioned some of the forums that are in place. Regional forums and platforms can be established for further dialogue and advocacy on migrant rights and protection. This includes engaging with regional organizations. Sadly, the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, which would have been possibly ideal in this respect, is dormant, while several other platforms or organizations are more focused on other areas of cooperation, not this one. So the South Asian countries need to devise appropriate platforms that will help raise awareness and mobilize the support. Lastly, social protection and welfare. So regional cooperation can also be instrumental in providing social protection and welfare services for the migrants and their families. This includes establishing regional mechanisms for assessing healthcare, education, and social assistance, regardless of the migrants' legal status. However, many of these initiatives are easier said than done. This is due to a combination of structural, political, economic, and social factors that create barriers to effective actions. There are several issues that make implementation of these measures challenging. Firstly, complex migration patterns. South Asian migration is characterized by diverse and complex patterns, including both internal and international migration, as well as temporary and permanent movements. This complexity makes it difficult to devise one-size-fits-all solution that adequately address the needs and vulnerability of all migrants. Secondly, fragmented governance and coordination. Migration governance in South Asia is often fragmented with multiple government agencies and stakeholders involved in various aspects of migration management. The lack of coordination and collaboration among these actors can hinder the development and implementation of coherent policies and programs to address migrant challenges effectively. Thirdly, limited resources and capacity. Many South Asian countries face resource constraints and capacity challenges in managing migration effectively. Limited financial resources, institutional capacity, and technical expertise can impede efforts to develop and implement comprehensive migration policies and programs. Lack of legal and policy frameworks. Countries may lack robust legal and policy frameworks to protect migrants' rights and regulate migration law. Weak legal frameworks, outdated laws, and inadequate enforcement mechanism can leave the migrants vulnerable to exploitation, abuse, and discrimination. Fifthly, informal economy and irregular migration. A considerable proportion of South Asian labor migration occurs through informal channels and irregular pathways, bypassing formal regulatory mechanisms. Irregular migration undermines efforts to protect migrants' rights and enforce labor standards, as migrants working in the informal economy are often excluded from legal protections and social benefits. Lastly, global economic and political dynamics. South Asian migration is influenced by global economic and political dynamics, including economic recession, geopolitical tensions, and changes in migration policies of destination countries. These external factors can exacerbate migrant vulnerabilities and complicate efforts to address their challenges at the regional level. So in conclusion, South Asian labor migrants face a range of challenges that stem from economic, social, and legal factors, among others. Addressing these challenges requires concerted efforts from government, civil society organizations, and the international community to protect the rights and well-being of the migrants. Regional cooperation and partnerships are crucial to addressing the challenges faced by South Asian labor migrants. While such efforts are not easy to implement, concerted efforts and collective action by the South Asian countries and the recipient countries are necessary to create a more inclusive and sustainable migration system that protects the rights of the labor migrants. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Harni. I think it was very interesting, and I think that you have given them food for thought, because I remember in the first session, somebody was talking the lack of language, and that's how it hampers their growth. So now I would like to invite Ms. Anu Maria Joseph, Research Associate of National Institute of Advanced Studies, Bengaluru.
No. Thank you, ma'am. I'm Anu Maria Joseph. I'm a research associate at National Institute of Advanced Studies from Bangalore, India. I will be presenting on labor migrants from South Asia, issues and concerns with a case study of Kerala. Kerala is a state at the south end of India. It is the ninth largest economy of the country, and the economy of the state is highly dependent on the service sector, which accounts for 65%. And today I will be discussing the labor migrants from Kerala and issues they face. And at the end, I will be discussing about how regional cooperation can address these challenges. The outflow of labor migrants from Kerala began during the 1970s with the oil boom in Middle East. The major destinations were the GCC countries, including Bahrain, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and UAE. And according to the Kerala Migration Survey in 2020, which is the latest available, 2.12 million immigrants are abroad, which is the highest number in India, and it constitutes nearly 6% of Kerala's total population. The 5-year remittances Kerala received increased from 536 crore Indian rupees between 1980 to 1985 to 90,468 crore Indian rupees during 2015 to 2020. And Kerala's economy is highly dependent on these remittances, which account for 30% of the GDP of the state. So this is what is the peculiarity of Kerala migrant laborers. Who are these migrant laborers from Kerala? There is an age, class, gender, religion, and education and skill factor contributing to the labor migrants from Kerala. Age-wise, majority of the population is between 23 and 35, age of 23 and 35. In terms of class, during the 70s and 80s, the first generation migrants belonged to the lower middle class families who sought skilled work for the survival of their household and aimed at better homes and wedding of their sisters, daughters, and all. However, since 90s, there was a major shift when the average middle class and upper middle class joined this trend. And these jobs they opted for included low-skilled, semi-skilled, and high-skilled labor, and service sector, including the healthcare and domestic work. In terms of religion, majority of the immigrants in the Middle East are Muslims, which account for 41%, followed by Christians and Hindus. Although the migrants' interaction with the local society is very limited, the proximity to the local population in terms of their religion has been a pull factor for Muslim community in Kerala to emigrate. Secondly, the commonality of origin, religion, language has given a sense of identity and cultural being, which encouraged other Keralites to join this trend. Within Kerala, certain districts are known for this Middle East labor immigration, as it has become a pattern and normalcy where there is a community model and assurance of success. Third, there is a gender factor. Most men opt for low income to high income skilled labor, small scale businesses, and other business management professions. Meanwhile, women are engaged highly in service sector, especially in the healthcare and education sectors. In general, education level was positively associated with the proportion of females among the migrants. The higher the educational attainment of a migrant group, the higher is the proportion of the females. Then, what were the factors behind the migration? First is the supply and demand. The state of Kerala is known for its literacy rate, which is about 94% in the country. During 70s and 80s, several educational institutions began introducing low-budget technical courses, including electronics, mechanics, and communication. At the same time, the GCC countries, following the oil boom, the demand for labor workers increased, and they introduced the kafala system. Demand from GCC countries increased, and Kerala had enough supply of skilled laborers by the time, and that became one of the factors behind the migration. Second is the educated unemployment. Regardless the literacy rate, Kerala did not have and still could not provide well-paid job opportunities. Before the service sector, the economy was highly dependent on primary sector, including rice, rubber, spices, tea, and coffee. However, after the agrarian reforms, wage reforms, and mechanization, the agricultural sector lost its profitability. It lost its value as a source of income and investment. While primary sector was left unreliable on one side, the educated younger generation was unemployed without any opportunities. And it became necessary and attractive for educated Kerala youth to seek employment in the fast developing metropolitan centers in other states. More educated youth opted for migration instead of staking their future in the withering agricultural sector back home. Additionally, the failure of state institutions to provide required support and favorable milieu for growth of the secondary and the tertiary sectors of the economy was an equally important cause behind migration. Third, the socio-economic issues. With the primary sector facing a major drawback, many families had to sell their land, many households came under debt, difficulties in meeting livelihood, and a burden of social responsibilities, including the education of their children, marriage of daughters, and a house. These issues became another factor for the migration. Fourth, the trend. The first wave of immigration was a success. Many of the lower middle class families upgraded to above average middle class in time. This rapid growth encouraged every immigrant's relatives, friends, and locality to seek a job in the Middle East. And a majority of the population followed this trend, causing the Kerala boom. Next, what are the major issues faced by the migrants in their host countries? As I said, remittances from labor migrants became 30% of the GDP of the state. The remittances of the labor, I'll be discussing about the outcome first and then the issues. So the remittances of the labor migrants are predominantly used for household development, which account for 86%, and it is followed by 36% for education, 27% for repayment of debt, 11% house building, and 8% bank deposit. The housing standard of families of immigrants increased rapidly, the purchasing power increased, and there was a considerable upward occupational mobility due to migration. About 62% of the migrants changed their occupation to better one in years. Kerala's primary sector-driven economy was replaced with service sector. According to Kerala Economic Review 2023, the primary sector is just 8% of the economy, and service sector now account for 62%. The major drawback was that Kerala's economy is now highly dependent on service sector. Primary and secondary sectors are drastically falling back. Another drawback is that lack of skilled laborers. There is a matter of social pride and low wages that while native skilled laborers does the same job in another country with better wages, there is a shortage of skilled laborers in their own home region. So issues are, one of the major issues is scams and illegal visa agencies and frauds. One of the major issues since the beginning of this has been one of the major issues since the beginning of the immigrant outflow. The state police registered 795 cases related to visa fraud in 2023 alone. Illegal recruitment agencies offer jobs in Middle East for exorbitant visa fees up to to 2 to 3 lakh of Indian rupees. And the number of scamming cases under this trend is increasing, and healthcare professionals are mostly targeted by these illegal visa fraud. Second is the human rights violations. After the kafala system was introduced, exploitation and abuse of migrant workers increased, including confiscation of their passport by their employees, abysmal salaries to blue collar workers, and poor working and living conditions. Workers are accommodated in labor camps without basic amenities, including drinking water and sanitation facilities. There is a lack of safety, another concern. Accidents at construction sites are common, causing several deaths every year. Saudi Arabia and UAE recorded the most deaths of Indian laborers in between 2019 and 2021. A large number of workers commit suicide in Gulf countries because of low income, harsh working conditions, and living conditions. Additionally, Gulf nations have a higher number of Indians who are jailed abroad. Most of them are blue collar workers, accounting for nearly 45% of 6,483 Indians jailed abroad. The migrant right organization claimed that this high number is due to the limited approach of the Indian government in providing help and legal aid to Indian migrant workers who fell prey to the recruitment scams and end up in prison. Third, the gap among migrants. There are three sections of migrants. First is the household and low-skilled workers. Second, there is semi-skilled workers or the blue-collar workers. Third, the service sector employees. And finally, the white-collar workers in the field of IT and main professions. The value of an immigrant depends on the section he belongs to, actually. A household or low-skilled worker has a high chance of being exploited and scammed by their employees or contractors. And this unequal class system is another issue faced by the migrants in their host countries. Third, the social issues. Social issues faced by the immigrants are often ignored. In Kerala's case, the majority of the skilled workers leave their host hometown to GCC countries for a temporary job. They aim to make money and come back and settle back in their homeland. They spend around 10 to 15 years abroad, separated from their family and society to support and save the household. They spend a sufficient time of their youth in this country with only once a year visit back to their home. They are exposed to an unknown culture and faces emotional issues of separation from their family and loved ones. On the other side, the Gulf wives of those migrants, estimated to be nearly 1 million women left behind in Kerala, grapple with single parenting. Fifth, uncertainty on return. During the COVID-19 pandemic, a large number of migrants returned to Kerala. The state government did introduce several financial assistance policies for the mass unemployed population, especially the Santvana project, which provided financial assistance for families with an income below 1 lakh Indian rupees. However, the board does not encourage or help the return migrants to find suitable jobs, opportunities, nor they do exist entrepreneurs who need both financial and other operational help. These instances indicate that even a state with an extensive environment of migration management and policy struggles to reintegrate migrants economically back to their homeland. Fourth, lack of support from the state and central governments. When it comes to the issue of labor migrants, the state and central government attention is very limited, especially for the blue-collar workers. For example, Indian prisoners in the UAE are the largest, and India and the UAE signed a prisoner exchange treaty in November 2011, which would allow Indian prisoners to choose to spend remaining prison in their own country. However, not a single Indian prisoner has been able to benefit from this treaty, indicating lack of willingness to implement it. In contrast with the conditions faced by unskilled and low-skilled workers, white-collar Indian workers in the Gulf lead comfortable lives. For instance, Qatar has witnessed a rise in presence of Indians in villas and posh residential colonies. The majority of the white collars usually settle with their families in their respective host countries, and it is a wage of blue-collar and service sector workers are reaching the state as remittances. Regardless, the attention to socio-economic issues of these migrants is very limited. Coming to the conclusion, how can we address the challenges through regional cooperation and partnership? First is identifying and acknowledging the challenges. One of the initial steps to be taken to address these challenges faced by the migrants is to acknowledge these issues. The state apparatus and institutions shall identify and acknowledge them. Often issues faced by migrants are perceived as less important. South Asia's common vision. Through the panel today, I have realized that majority of the challenges are common in South Asia, and this call on South Asian countries should have a concerted effort and a vision to identify and promote the well-being of migrants in their host countries, and assurance and a sense of inclusivity from their home country. Sharing knowledge, a major step to be taken is sharing knowledge in terms of policies and methods in addressing these challenges. For example, Kerala boom is often seen as a role model because of the economic prosperity it brought back to the state. There need to be a way to share these knowledges and policies where similar models are identified. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Anu Maria. I would like to invite Dr. Anasua Basu Ray Chaudhary, Senior Fellow from the Observer Research Foundation, Kolkata.
Namaskar সবাইকে. Good afternoon, everyone. Distinguished co-panelists, as well as my panelists in the previous session. I'm extremely delighted to come back to my second home, which is Dhaka. And I'm grateful to the organizers for inviting me and also engaging me in this very important and timely discussion on labor migration from South Asia. You know, I've been actually listening since today's morning, so many things and so many aspects related to labor migration from different parts of South Asia. And I think I will start with two important takeaways as a student of international relations and the researcher who is closely working with regional cooperation. First one is importance of trust. I think if I need have a kind of a cross-border understanding, be it bilateral, be it multilateral in its nature, what is very important and the first thing is to have a strong trust among ourselves and to take our neighbors as our friends, because we cannot choose our neighbors. Neighbors will come automatically in our lives. So this is number one takeaway, which is important to enhance any kind of regional solidarity on any aspect. And the second one, which all my co-panelists and also in the previous session, all the panelists have touched upon tangentially or directly, is lack of information. I would rather go further and put it in a different way, like lack of comprehensive data bank. And this data bank doesn't include only best practices. It should include worst practices as well, so that we can understand each other's compulsion and each other's difficulties to go beyond that. So with these two, takeaways, I think I should portray or say a few words on a specific segment which has not touched upon directly, though tangentially my co-speakers have touched, that is, the impact of climate change on labor migration. I think in this part of the world, it is very, very common, and all of our South Asian neighbors, we are facing this kind of situation, severity of natural hazards, be it cyclone, tropical cyclone, tsunamis, storms, river erosion, including onset changes like sea level rise. I think I should focus on Indian Sundarbans, because I am from Observer Research Foundation, which is a leading private think tank in India, and we do frame policies, and we have started working on India's Sundarban. And our main intention is to assess climate-induced migration from Sundarbans. Keeping this fact in mind, we have, divided the entire Sundarbans into two regions. We are in a nascent stage at this moment. We are collecting data for pilot survey. So I cannot tell that this is the final observation, but these are the current trends that we are receiving out of our survey. So we have divided our study areas into two segments. One is the eastern part of Sundarbans, and we are focusing on 4 blocks: Goshaba, Hingalganj, Pathor Pratima, and Kultoli. And these are very interesting. All the study areas are located at the fringe of, sharing the border adjoining the reserve forest. So they are basically at the point of first point as a first responders of any kind of climatic, any kind of adverse, environmental events. And in the western part, we have taken up 2 blocks, Namkhana and Shagor. I think some of you have come across several issues of, land loss from Sagar because of different kind of tropical cyclones. And as we know that on an average 5 to 6 tropical climates we are facing, it's true for Bangladesh, it's true for Indian Sundarbans as well. I have tried to come up with a broadsheet of population data. And from these database, you can see that it's a heavily populated area. So you can easily imagine, to what extent we are getting this kind of adverse, kind of situation because of these climatic, events. Because of this climate change and sea level rise, and also because of the thrust of storms and inundation of, saline waters and everything, agriculture is unable to sustain the population. That's the crux of the story, and it's true for both the sides, be it in the east, be it in the west of Sundarbans. And loss of land due to increased, erosion, damage to coastal infrastructure, salination, which is a very, very common outcome of all these climate changes. And also it heightened, vulnerabilities of local people. But it's very important because I think it is important to understand, because I think all of us, we have been talking about adaptation as a migration as a strategy to adaptation. But here we are finding that this the strategy of cooping up, I will say that, put it in a different way, it's a coping up mechanism of the people for their own survival, rather than strategy of adaptation where they can follow permanent migration. So people, they are moving and they are coming back. And this situation, it varies from 4 months to 1 year, 2 years. So I will come up with data so far as we have, culminated. So if we look at the western part of Sundarban, which is Sagar and Namkhana, we will see that the migration took place, started in fact long time back, since 1958. And different phases of migration have been taken place, starting from local migration, in and around Kolkata, Hubli, and the other places, Bardhaman. Starting from the local migration within West Bengal, they started to leave West Bengal for Kerala, Gujarat, and the other places like Gujarat, Tamil Nadu. And then, because of economic liberalization, as other panelists also spoke about that, it helped them to go beyond that scope of migration. So they started thinking of going to abroad, specifically to Singapore, Malaysia, of course, Gulf, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia. And also we have taken one or two cases where people went to Russia as well. This is the story from the western part of Sundarban. But now look at the eastern part of Sundarban, which is very interesting. You know, the pre-ILA before 2010, the situation is 20%. You know, let me mention here that our database for East is 80 in numbers because we are doing the pilot study. And so far as the western part is concerned, it's 206. So it's not in even, we decided to do more in numbers in western part because the migration is taking place largely in numbers from the western part to, outside South Asia in compared to the from the eastern part. So pre-ILA, the situation is 10%. After ILA, which is between 2010 and 2019, it's 20%. And the increasing trend that we have got, it's between 20 to 23, it's 50%. Now, I have tried to, compile several data to make you understand the syndrome of labor migration from western part and also in the eastern part. From western part, the information that we have collected also coupled with secondary publication. You can see whatever wages they are earning. In fact, we are talking in terms of remittance. This remittance is really not in compared to the remittances that we are talking about. But the situation is very severe and the increasing trend is being observed in terms of migration from Indian Sundarbans to abroad. But so far as labor migration from eastern part of Sundarbans that I'm talking about, the 4 blocks, Goshaba, Hingalganj. Out of these 4 blocks, Goshaba is the largest block. Goshaba, Hingalganj, Pathor Pratima, and Kultoli. What trend we have observed is internal migration. So people generally, they want to leave their Sundarban in order to earn money to repay their loans, and they don't want to go abroad, and they actually want to be within West Bengal, and also they are taking their right to Tamil Nadu. And I'm coming to the point, the percentage we have also calculated. Tamil Nadu followed by Kerala and Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh. So I'm coming to that point. So we have also in our questionnaire, we have also asked this question just to understand what is the correlation between climate change and labor migration. There is a huge consensus that to a certain extent, the impacts of the effects of climate change are responsible for migration from this region. And we also categorize different, different factors like, I mean to say, we wanted to know what is the extent, how the impacts actually have a kind of effect on their movement. So the answer, this is from eastern part, to a certain extent, majority said, and completely responsible, nearly 30%, and not so much, very few. So mostly the respondents, they say that climate change in different capacities, they are really, really responsible for their migration. As we all know that social network is an important component which plays its role as catalyst for migration. And we have placed this question with multiple, ticking system. And the answers that we have got, you will see that the total numbers will come, it actually exceeds 100 just because it's a multiple choice, question. So residents with prior experience, that is 72. And when we ask, this is purely quantitative survey, we will go further beyond that for qualitative one. But in between, we also asked the respondents, what's the role of experiences of the migrants, those who left Sundarban and went for earning money and then again and come back. Then they say that, it really matters and it helps them to take decision to leave their land. So residents with a prior experience is 72%, agents 41%, family member and acquaintances 26%, medical media platforms 10%, and also the others is I think I cannot say. This is, I think, it's 20, I think it's 25, 2.5%. Yes, sorry. Well, now regarding the destinations of the migrants, and as I have already specified that the people from the eastern part of Sundarbans, they used to travel to Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Bangalore, Andhra Pradesh, Bardhaman of West Bengal, Kolkata of West Bengal, as well as Gujarat, Chennai, Uttar Pradesh. In fact, one respondent actually says that he knows one who actually left for Andaman and also Karnataka. Well, but so far as the western part is concerned, the people, as I have already specified, that they migrated from western part, Namkhana and Sagar for outside South Asia. And the fact also says that the trans-regional migration is 23, slightly up than 23%, but also the large migration is internal migration. So the causal link between migration and remittance, as all my previous speakers have also pointed out, that mainly the money they are earning, they used to use this money for the repayments of their loans. So the next that we have found, it's to strengthen standard of living. Now, counter destruction caused due to natural calamity. Next one is support the needs of the family. Next one is counter the loss of income due to natural calamity. Next one, migrant risks of climate change, and diversify employment or opportunity. one interesting aspect I would like to share with you here is that in the questionnaire, we have mentioned several populist government schemes that these people can avail. And most of the respondents from the eastern part as well as from the western part of Sundarbans, they say that they are availing most of the populist government schemes. Even they have found that their situation is not good to cope up with these kind of devastating impacts. So they have decided to go abroad. While we are discussing these matters with them, I think one important aspect also we have noticed, that is the aspirational zeal. This is, we cannot deny. It is very, very important, because if we look at the population which actually migrate, we will see that the age group is 25 to 25 to 35. So the aspirational zeal is very important to note. And the last, if with all these facts, if we look at the regional framework, regional aspects, or we can put it in a kind of multilateral negotiations understanding, what is very important is to have, again, I will reiterate, the database, the data bank. And of course, one important aspect is to engage migrant population in the discourse. I think it is very, very important. We always look at this scenario from top-down approach. So it is important to have bottom-up approach, engaging migrants, because they are the victims of the entire situation. So it is very important to understand their perspectives. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Basu. I would like to open the floor for open discussion. Because we are short with time, I would like to only take 3 questions. But we have tea after that, so you can continue the discussion. Ma'am, please. And please introduce yourself before asking the question.
Oh, sorry. I'm Professor Isha Shamim. I represent the Center for Women and Children Studies. I am I was a professor and chairperson of the Department of Sociology, University of Dhaka. After my retirement, I'm still working with my Center for Women and Children Studies. And we have done a lot on human trafficking and migration. And lately, I'm doing my PhD on gender and climate change, inclusive disaster risk management in coastal Bangladesh, and exactly the counterpart of the Sundarban in Bangladesh, which is Shamnagar. That's my study area, and I've taken my target or my research, subjects are the most vulnerable, marginalized class. And so it's completely different. From their families, there are very less migration abroad, but they're going inside the country, not very often, because they are female-headed household, male-headed household, elderly men and women, widow, and the other one is men with disability, women with disability. From those vulnerable households, very less of migration. I'm very interested to know more detail of your study, because it's just it's the Indian, you're doing on the Indian Sundarban, I'm doing on the Bangladesh Sundarban, and disaster from them is always there, the cyclonic weather and their experience, their idea of climate change and of natural disaster. We have covered.
Thank you, ma'am. I have to cut it short here because
sure. So my question is that even with all the climate change effects on community like the Sundarban, why are not people going abroad? Is there less connection with the outside world because of the vulnerable, marginalized environment? Or that's my main question. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, yes.
Good afternoon. I'm Sheila. I'm the head of mission of the Singapore High Commission in Dhaka. First of all, let me thank BIISS, KAS, and COSET for organizing this seminar on a very important topic. If you would allow me, I have one comment and one question. Singapore as a country that is heavily dependent on migrant workers, we are highly appreciative of the contribution of migrant workers to our nation building process and to our economy. So, we remain firmly committed to setting acceptable labor standards and safeguarding the well-being of migrant workers. The Singapore Ministry of Manpower is, I think, focused on three pillars, mainly the living conditions of the migrant workers, the health and workplace safety, and mental well-being of the workers. We have put in place regulations and mechanisms, partly arising out of what Hernek mentioned earlier, the two crises. We have put in place regulations and mechanisms to protect workers, such as pre-departure orientation programs, settling in programs, opportunities to upskill, even digital literacy programs, and also, most importantly, recourse to mediation in case of disputes, including areas in wages. That is the Singapore perspective. And my question is actually on something that Dr. Firdaus made. She made a very important point. I think it was saying, she was speaking about the role of middlemen and how to bring them into the regulatory framework. What we have found is that when migrant workers arrive in Singapore, for example, they are already very heavily in debt. And often this debt is unaccountable. It's 3 or 4 or 5 times the amount of fees, regulated agency fees, and other costs. While I think, and this actually affects their mental well-being, puts them in financial stress. And you see, sometimes they often turn to drugs, theft, even suicide, because they have no way out of the problems. Middlemen may have an important role, I think, especially at the village level, when the workers may be at a loss over the recruitment process, where to go, what to do. But do you see any way to bring the cost down or introducing better regulatory framework for middlemen, whether bilateral or regional or any other platforms? Thank you.
Thank you. As the questions are to the two ladies, can I ask them to please could you keep your answers short? So your question was about role of middlemen, and of course, it has relation with the high cost of migration. First, how the government is thinking of bringing them into regulatory framework. The formal process is that a visa will be issued from the employer in the destination country. This will be processed here through a recruiting agency. But the fact is that recruiting agencies themselves do not select who will migrate. So middleman lies in the middle of the employer and the recruiting agencies. So they sell they actually recruit the migrants. But the problem is that as they are not in the formal process, they remain identified. So whenever a migrant face, fraudulent practices, they want to sue, but there is no documentation of the middleman. So that's why what the government is trying to do is that they want to register those middlemen so that they can be identified and they can be brought under some regulations. That's how our government is trying to solve it. And how the cost can be cut down, you already have identified the reason. Even in cases where we are pursuing zero cost migration, for the example, take the case of female migration to the Middle East, it is free of cost.
because the employer bears all the cost. But in that case also, we find that female migrants pay 60,000 BDT or 50,000 BDT or something like that. So role of middleman plays a role here. And of course, I mean, how to reduce this dependence on middlemen? It depends. I mean, the ultimate answer is to, educate our migrants and increase their capacity. Because I have conducted various field studies regarding why, how the process works, how do they get the visa. And when we ask them, why did you take the help of middlemen? I mean, we know the answer because they are not capable of going through the process. So, the Bangladesh government is also aware of this, and now the government's approach is we will not focus on quantity, we will focus on quality. I mean, we will, the government is no more interested to send any migrant anyhow, whether or not he or she is capable of going through the process. So, government is emphasizing on that. So, if we can, bring a change in the composition of migrant, the problem of middleman will automatically go away. So that's the direction our government is heading towards. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for raising this very important point. You know, we also have tried our best to understand why people actually don't want to migrate to, outside South Asia. But again, if you go through our slides, you will find that there is a difference between these two regions. Eastern part, people actually, they are not very willing to leave their small land, whatever portion of land they still have, because they are surrounded by water bodies everywhere. No direct land linkage with the main land and their part of land. But so far as Namkhana is concerned, located in the western part, it has a direct road link with Kolkata. And we have frequent bus services as well. And so as Sagar, though Sagar is very vulnerably located, but even then Sagar has become very famous in different kinds of religious, activities. And another important point that we have to account for is the experiences, which is directly linked up with the culture. Probably the migration has been started in the western part, pretty long years back, since 1958, 59. So the people from that particular area, they do have a long history or long experiences of migration, and which has been shared among themselves. But so far as the eastern part is concerned, they don't have this kind of exposure. And also the aspirational zeal. I think these two areas, Sagar and Namkhana, these are close to the district of Medinipur. And the people belong to Medinipur, the aspirational zeal, which is directly linked up with their cultural, aspect. I think these two, as of now, what we have found, these two factors are important. And what I forgot to mention, this is 100% male migration. We haven't come across female migration from these two parts of Sundarbans. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we will be proceeding to the address by our special guest, Mohammed Khairul Alam, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Expatriate Employment and Overseas.
I have questions to the Indian delegates because I have observation in the Gulf countries and the Middle East. There are a lot of labor works from the South Asian. They did not get the rights and the human rights and labor rights. They deprived because they did not care Bangladeshi and just Maldives and Sri Lanka and Kathmandu and Nepal, because they are a small country. Though, henceforth, I am requesting to the Indian delegates, if they communicated among the embassy under the umbrella of the Indian High Commission, if they pursue any cases of the South Asian country and create the pressures, That time, the Bangladeshi laborers and the South Asian country laborers will get the remedy in this case. So I am requesting to the Indian delegates have any scope and policy to development a forum, South Asian country under the umbrella of India. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. This will be our last question because we really have to have our students. We can be patiently waiting.
Again, thank you so much for raising this very important question. I think in order to answer this question, I have to, analyze the concept of South Asian solidarity. First, and that's why probably I have started with the point that it is important to build up trust first, and we cannot choose our neighbors. This is the main to enhance our any kind of regional solidarity or bilateral solidarity. Once it's done, then we can come up with one composite unit. And your point definitely well taken. And if in my capacity I can do anything, definitely I will put forth. Thanks.
Thank you. I would like to invite our special guest.
To add something to what she said, that is, I feel that it is impossible to implement such a proposal because we do have missions in those countries and we have to look after our own individuals. When they come for, Indian community is the largest and Indian High Commission is also unable to cope up with that. Various people come and you see Sri Lanka, we have gone to the extent of having 2 safe houses in Saudi Arabia and in Kuwait for those who, the women who come with complaints and those who have a harassment or various reasons, they cannot continue the employment. So until they come home, we have given them accommodation at a safe house. Because in those countries, you can't change the contracts even. They can't go to a new employer. So because of this, we have many limitations, but within that, we have done a lot. In now Sri Lanka, we have regularized all the agencies, employment agencies. And the moment there are complaints, we look into them and delist them. Furthermore, now we have recently started a new scheme. Unless you have a permit and a contract letter from a regularized government registered employment together with the endorsement with the government Bureau of Foreign Employment, they can't leave the country. We implemented it for 3 months, but then, of course, human rights champions took up the issue and they went to courts and we can't implement it further until this court matter is settled. We are trying our best to cope up with these situations.
Although our chief guest is not here, but I mentioned his name. Honorable Chief Guest of today's seminar, His Excellency Dr. Mushir Rahman, Economic Affairs Advisor to the Honorable Prime Minister, Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh. Chair of the inaugural session, Ambassador Gausul Azmi Sarkar, Chairman BIISS. Director General of BIISS, Major General Mohammad Abu Bakr Siddiq Khan, Convener of COSAT, Dr. Nishtal Pandey, Director, Regional Program Political Dialogue Asia, KAS Singapore, Mr. Andrews Klein, distinguished panelists, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon to you and all. I would like to express my gratitude to the Bangladesh Institute of International and Strategic Studies, BIISS, for organizing the regional seminar on a timely topic in cooperation with the Consortium of South Asian think tanks, COSAT, and Conrad Andrew Stiftung, KAS. At the beginning, I would like to extend my utmost reverence to the father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the greatest Bengali of all time and the main architect of our independence. I also pay my profound homage to all my martyrs who laid down their lives for our long cherished independence. Today's seminar extensively addressed the topic of labor migration from South Asia, which has been given high priority and extensively acknowledged since millions of people from the region migrate each year, both intra-regionally and extra-regionally. However, despite potentials, labor migration is associated with challenges as well as which need to be addressed with collaboration among sending and receiving countries, regional platforms, and international stakeholders. Hence, I believe valuable discussions and insights from today's seminar will surely assist the policy market the formulating concrete and effective measures to improve the condition of labor migrants from South Asia. Honorable audience, actually our today's seminar, there are two concepts. One is migration and regional cooperation. I think both concepts are very valuable for our country, for present world. Because many countries, no migration, no development. For many countries, no regional cooperation, no development. If I contest our Bangladesh, even South Asia, I think once a time it will be floated a core thinking word, maybe South Asia, maybe one South Asia. I don't know what happened near future or far future. Large audience. In the case of Bangladesh, I would like to recall that one of the most significant factors that has contributed to the expansion of the Bangladesh economy in the increase of labor migration. Throughout the previous year, there has been a constant inflow of remittance, and remittance is the second largest source of the foreign currency source of Bangladesh after the ready-made garments industry. As of December 2023, the country sent a record 12 lakh laborers to the countries. Annually, around 4 lakh laborers departed from Bangladesh to the seek employment abroad. However, like other South Asian countries, Bangladeshi labor also face challenges that the encountered by the Bangladeshi migrants encompass exorbitant migrant fees imposed by the recruitment agencies, particularly for jobs that require minimal skills, inadequate wages, limited access to information regarding migration prospects, and associated risks. And pressurized exploitation and mistreatment which abroad, and inadequate support services to the safeguard the right of work. Several studies reveal the migrant workers who adhered to official procedures and acquired certain qualifications through proper training experience, a higher quality of life compared to the less skilled levels. Examples are there that those migrants who underwent proper language training and pre-departure preparation possessed relevant skills and, most importantly, followed formal procedures would succeed in the receiving all necessary facilities from the employer. Ladies and gentlemen, it is worth mentioned that for a long period of Bangladesh participated in the semi and unskilled labor market, that under the prudent leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, Bangladesh government achieved notable progress in sending skilled migrants to the destination countries. Currently, there are more than 100 technical training centers under the BMAT, and the government intends to construct technical training center in each Upazila. Regarding the capacity of the training centers, I want to emphasize that we are previously able to deliver training to a maximum of 40,000 individuals, but now we can accommodate over the 1,20,000 at present. The training centers of the training in 55 distinct professional skills, such as intermediate level management, refrigeration, graphic design, and general electric works. Another major challenge is that Bangladesh labor migrants have to face frequently is the language barrier. Considering this, government is now planning to increase more language courses under the BMET Training Center. Distinguished guests, as the process of labor migration from South Asia impacted by the several obstacles is necessary for sending and the receiving countries, along with regional and international forums, to collaborate in order to protect the rights of labor migrants. Migration has been acknowledged as a significant driver of the nation's social and economic progress in the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals in 2015 and the Global Compact on the Migration in 2018. Like international platforms, regional organizations also include the issues of the protecting migrants right in their various agendas. Under the auspices of SAR, a proposal was made for a framework for safe and sustainable migrants with the region. Then, the 18th SAR Summit, which took place in Kathmandu in 2014, entered the SAR declaration that acknowledged labor migration as a matter demanding shared attention. In that summit, the SAR countries agreed to cooperate to ensure the safeguarding of the migrant workers from South Asia. However, as there was no further SAR summit hosted after that, cooperation of labor migration under the auspices of SAR did not move forward. As noted by the paper presenters, in the case of migration, the vacuum of the regional bodies has to some extent been filed by the regional consultation process like Colombo process, Abu Dhabi dialogue, Bali process, etc., in all which Bangladesh is an active partner. I agree with the paper presenters that we need to look for more collaborative efforts from the sending and the receiving countries, as well as from regional and international organizations to safeguard the right and well-being of the migrant workers and promote fair and ethical labor practices. In my opinion, insightful conversations and the discussions that took place today at the seminar will undoubtedly be a great assistance to the policymakers to look for more joint efforts for creating a future is more inclusive and sustainable for South Asian labor migrants. I thank you all for your patience. Thanks to all. Joy Bangla.
Thank you so much. As we are concluding the session and I'm the last speaker, I would just like to thank all the panelists. Dr. Beduka, you really started the session with a very good overview of all the mechanisms which are available and it was very interesting. Mr. Sugiswara, I think the incidents you shared about Sri Lanka, I think I've heard about the Ukraine and Russian from Nepal, from I think from India, I've read the news, so it's a very common problem. Halek, I think the Singapore perspective is very important for the region. Simple things like information sharing, capacity building. I think it will be give food for thought, as you said. Ms. Anu, I think Kerala is a very good example for India, and we have seen how much they are in demand and also what are the problems they face. So thank you for sharing that. And Dr. Chaudhary, I think the Sundarban was a very good example. And the climate change remittance, very interesting. I would like to take two topics which you mentioned initially, trust and lack of information. With this, I will just say two things. I think in this whole conference, there was a keen desire to South Asia to work together to find a solution to this. But I think today what took place was the beginning of trust and the information sharing, because I think there was so much sharing here in different styles, in different formats. But I'll share what happened during lunch. So Dr. Siddiqui was telling us that about the suicide rates and how sometimes it might not be the case of suicide. And because there's no post-mortem done of the body, And then Mr. Sugiswara said, for Colombo, we do it. And Dr. Pandey, so we have the Honorable Member of Parliament. He's like, oh, this is something we can explore. I don't know if anything will happen after this or not. But again, this is the building of trust and this is the building of information sharing. So I would like to encourage you all to continue this discussion and let's take this forward, because I think if we leave it on SARC, we'll have a long wait. Although we are trying our best, but I think everyone can make their own effort to work towards this topic. And as a part of the organizing team, I would like to thank all the speakers, all our guests today, and BIS for all your contribution. Dr. Pandey, thank you again for everything. It was really good. And yes, I think we are on the right path. Just want to say that I think the amount of discussion which took place when COVID happened on migration, I think it somehow has died down. Maybe the organizations which are working on migration are working, but I really don't see much on newspapers or other forums as such. Maybe this is something we can really work on to continue the discussion and to find a way. Because as most of you have said, the panelists, we all are, the people who are migrating are humans. So we cannot just keep them as a commodity and refer to them as that. So with this, thank you so much again and hope to see you all again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Session Chair, our distinguished panelists, and our special guests for a very insightful session. As we come towards the end of this regional seminar, we have a very brief souvenir exchange ceremony. May I now invite the respected Director General, Sir of BIS, and the respected Chairman, Sir, to please join us on stage. I first invite our co-organizers, Dr. Nishchal Pandey,